I'm looking forward to get to know the rest of you as well. As you can see, we're also streaming this conference on Facebook Live those 2 days, and welcome also to our viewers on Facebook, and it will also be available afterwards for those who cannot be with us today. So let's get this kickoff started. I would like to invite Kristoffer Lundström, CEO of Piteå Havsbad, and David Velborg, who is a business developer at Destination Piteå, with me here on stage. Welcome.
So yes, good morning everyone. My name is David, as Anna said, and I work for Destination Piteå. We are working with tourism business development. We're actually making a name change, so soon we will visit Piteå. And in business development, we mean in the sense that we try hard to guide and to train our companies to be ready for the international market. If we just briefly talk about the city of Piteå, it was founded in 1621. It's my hometown, so this means that it will turn 400 years in 2021. It's a goal that we're looking forward to. And it's a quite small coastal town with a population of about 42,000 people. And we have a long history here in Piteå, receiving and taking guests, mainly during the summer months. Piteå is quite a well-established summer destination. And much thanks for that we give to Piteå Havsbad, that has for the past decades received many sun-craving tourists. As well, we've seen that Norwegians seems to like it here in Piteå. If we look more or less across the board, we see about 80% of the international traveler coming to Piteå is from Norway. So thank you very much for that. If we talk about the future of tourism for Piteå, it's of course to continue to be a strong summer destination, but we of course want to develop further for winter and off-peak season. So thus it's a very nice opportunity for us to host the first round of the Visit Arctic Europe project. And we have 2 companies in Piteå locally that participate in this year's round of Visit Arctic Europe. We have Piteå Havsbad, and we also have Kust Hotel and Spa that just opened 2 years ago. On Wednesday you had the chance to visit that property. So I would like to say from Piteå and the city of Piteå to all your organizations here, all the companies and the project group behind Visit Arctic Europe, warm welcome, and hopefully we will have 2 productive days here. Thank you.
So, my name is Kristoffer. I'm one of 2 owners of Piteå Havsbad. This place where we are now, I'm representing our group of hotels that's called Piteå Havsbad Group. We have 7 hotels in the region of Swedish Lapland, from the very west side in Swedish Lapland in Hemavan, only 40 kilometers to Norwegian border, and also on the very east side, actually the farthest east you can get in Sweden, in Haparanda, in Cape East, about 300 meters to Finland. Piteå Havsbad, this place where we are now, is a very special place with a long history. It started out as with an ice cream shop on the beach about 80 years ago. Actually, it was kind of a relative for me. My grandmother's cousin was the man who started out with an ice cream shop too. So you can say the circle is now closed when I'm back here. It has a huge capacity, this facility. Many people do not know that we, during the summer month, we have on our peak season in July about 7,000 people staying at Piteå Havsbad in one day, I mean, each day. and about 15,000 visitors totally in one day in July. So it says, like David says, Piteå and Piteå Havsbad's main season is summertime. Of course, we are looking forward to develop the winter. We have also a nice chance and opportunity in wintertime, we think. Very much in cooperation with our other hotels that we have inside the country, not very far from here, where we have the main season in wintertime. So we are standing in between different challenges in each region. So I am very much, I'm looking forward to these days now to see what this could bring further for us and for the region, and looking forward to hear about all your experiences as well, and hopefully I get to learn something. And I hope you drink a lot of beer tonight, so this will make a good business also. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Christopher and David, for the welcome. And now we're going to move on to the program. And Rauno, Posio, the project manager of Visit Arctic Europe 2, will take us through and walk us through the outlines of the project. Welcome, Rauno.
Thank you, Anna. Great to see you guys. I'm really delighted that so many of you have arrived. We have more than 100 people in event, and welcome to all of you, and welcome also the viewers in Facebook. I hope that today and tomorrow we can create together very cozy feeling where the cross-border networking have a good platform. And we entered the Visit Arctic 1 to the team Stronger Together. So I feel very logical to start this via 2 also with the same team, Stronger Together. And it includes idea of really cross-border networking, and I really encourage all of you not only sit beside your best friend, but tonight mingling cross-borderly. My aim is in my presentation to introduce you to the Visit Arctic Europe content, and I hope that this will give you also some answers, but more important is that it gives you reason to ask, and we can discuss during this 1.5 days, and of course afterwards also. Now I think that I will need some technical support. Oh, this is easy. Okay. As those you who have been in Visit Arctic Europe 1 notice that the main picture, main image of the project has changed to the summer feeling, and the main focus in this Visit Arctic Europe 2 is really to increase all year round business. We don't leave winter out of this totally, but according your information you have gave to us, we concentrate more to unsnowy time. Before I go to presentation itself, I want to thank you, all of you, that you trust on us and you trust on these cross-border possibilities. That you trust that we are stronger together. We have in project 125 registered, committed companies. This is great number. In Y1 we had 90, and of course increased number of interest shows that we have done something right, and that you also see the Visit Arctic Europe 2 content important. On behalf of the team and partners, we are very committed to this. We see that the content in Visit Arctic Europe 2 is really the things what we need to do next. And we will do that together. Thank you also for other funders. As you know, Interreg Nord is the biggest funder, but also local municipalities, counties has distribute very serious contribution to this project. And before we go to the Y2, let's return for 4 minutes to Visit Arctic Europe 1. What we made there and what we achieved. We have here a little video. How many of you have seen this? Okay, this is for major part of the group here. This is something new. Let's look. And we get more sounds. in this video there was mention about increased income what we made. There was the 38 millions. It was based in the figures we researched after 1 year period. We had the cooperation with 12 tour operators committed to cooperation. And then these figures, behind of these figures was 255 overnights in area. In last update made in last September, the number of bed nights was 650,000. And still there is 1 year to go in this contract period with these 12 tour operators. And just yesterday we got information from EU Commission that they are given another award for this project. Visit Arctic Europe is selected as a best practices in all Interreg programs in EU area. So applies to all of us. Okay, let's go for Visit Arctic Europe 2. First of all, I would like to thank you, the group of partner organizations. Of course, partner organizations trust also to this cooperation. But then there has been group who has create the content, write the application, adjust the budget many times, discussed with the Interreg Nord and so on. And in this group there has been Hilde Björkli from Norway, Erika Mattsson and Petronella Modin from Swedish Lapland, Nina Forsell from Finland, and then of course Trond from Northern Norway. Thank you for your great work you have done for this application and that we get the money. 5.3 million is in our hands and we have to use it now very wisely. And there we need also your input, your ideas, your contribution to our plans and how we implement all activities. The project time is until end of the March, and the structure of the partnerships are the same. Finnish Lapland Tourist Board is the lead partner, and other partners are Northern Norway Tourist Board and Swedish Lapland Visitors Board. As mentioned, 125 companies, DMOs, and there is some airports, there is national parks, etc., etc. Here in this picture, right, you see the structure of this project. Cross-border cooperation is still the basement, and we found all our actions on that. Sustainability, I would describe it as a sun which shines to all our actions. And we have to learn ourselves more about that, and we want that you guys also learn and notice the demand of sustainability development in all our actions. Main headlines are marketing, accessibility and competence development. Let's look those headlines more detailed a bit later. Our target is 10% increase. Focus in actions are in low seasons, and we want to create all year employments. New investment possibilities, and if we want to success in these two first targets, we need to develop also accessibility and mobility system. And in Y1 we have made all groundwork on this. Now we continue. We have marketing money also for new routes, external accessibility route, but also internal accessibility routes. We want to increase the competence in area to be more competitive in future. There are going to be 5 different working packages, and we invite to solve out the image marketing and external accessibility. Among of you, we invite DMOs and airports for that. Also, other companies has possibility to participate this work. But we see that that DMOs has and airports has most to deliver in this. In tactical marketing and internal accessibility working packages, we want that companies involved and transportation companies are working with us very closely. And then competence development, where we have digitalization development, sustainability development, and market knowledge and product development. It's for all participants. How we do this? We have 5 persons working in the team, myself, and then 4 shiny Arctic stars. Anna Torsvik Andersson, as already mentioned, and you have met her already, but then Katja Pettersen from Norway as a project manager, Nina Forsell from Finland, also as a project manager, and Maikku Raittimo as a project coordinator. If you feel that you want to discuss more detailed, or if you have any questions, we all are here for you, and of course also partner organization people are here for you to answer the questions. But then we make a little bit differently the planning and decision making than we made in Y1. As you remember, those who were involved in Y1, there was a working group body who was in essential role to make decisions about the planning and implementation. But now it's different. We have task force groups for each headline. There is always the team members and then some experts from background organizations. And we can invite also other people to these task forces. And the role of the task forces is really make the plans of each activities in detail level, make the implementation plans, etc., etc. And then we take these plans to you guys. We do it in advisory board body who will work in Basecamp communication platform. Don't be scared. Joiku is forgotten. Joiku is not anymore there. Joiku communication platform. I think that everybody is relieved about this decision. And Basecamp is very smart. Swedish Lapland as an organization has used that already, I don't know, some years. And there we have very good experience about that. And tomorrow in our workshop, one station where Anna Uudevall and I will be in, as facilitators, Anna will tell you how to work in Basecamp. It's very easy and simple. If I can do it, you can do it. And then we have this boring part, the administration, the financing part, and there is the steering group, where is members from each country. Let's go more detailed about these headlines. We use 750,000 euros for image marketing. And there is the task force, there is the team with Johanna, and Evgenia Egorova. This is updated now for current situation. The names might change there when we go further, but here are the specialists now. And the aim of this action, the headline is really increase delivery chain and final consumers awareness in selected segment and target markets about our low seasons. Why to come here? Which motivation we will fulfill in our low seasons. We want to raise the interest and lead final consumers to the delivery chain communication channels and shops. It's very important that all what we do in image marketing, it's not something separate, but we tied it very closely to tactical marketing. All people we reach in image marketing, they have to have path to buy something from area. Look this picture image, do you understand the meaning of that? We have to know where are the berries we want to pick, and we have to talk to them. Most potential, most fruitful segments. Then tactical marketing, again, team plus John's team. There we have these traditional actions, sales workshops. We got very good feedback from our Y1 sales works held in Luleå, and we're going to keep 2 more during this project. We invite the tour operators from selected markets and representing the selected segments we want to reach. Of course, fan trips are there. There is really serious sum reserved for this. The total amount budgeted for tactical marketing is 1.2 million. And then we invite delivery chain for cooperation, not only for campaigns, but as we saw in Y1, the tour operators was very committed also to develop our services and things here, even educate ourselves. But then we really want to implement joint campaigns with tour operators, OTA actors, incoming offices. Here I want to say that in preparation phase we have spoken that we need to look also those niche segments and niche tour operators, if they would be potential to feed us enough to increase volume and incoming in our low seasons. We cannot forget the old dinosaurs tour operators. They have done great work for us, but we need also look other options beside that. Then external accessibility. As I already mentioned, the budgeted money for purpose is really marketing money. And we have 290,000 for purpose. Of course, it's big money, but on the other hand, we cannot make miracles with that money. And of course, the flight companies, they don't seek the marketing money. They don't fly because of the marketing money. There have to be business case. And we have all this material we have produced in Y1 to convince flight companies to fly here. Maybe it's too naive to think that we can create direct flights for our low seasons in this time frame. But let's do something for that. Maybe more realistic is think that how we can develop the scheduled flights capacity and schedules to foster flights via national hubs with Norwegian, with SAS, with Finnair, maybe with Øgren, let's see. And as mentioned already, also the charters are one option. If tour operator plan to make bigger operations, then we help them to succeed in those. And this is also very important for future, because then flight companies would get statistical facts where they can base the new scheduled flights from market areas to north. For internal accessibility, again, we have marketing money. 230,000 is budgeted for this, and in Y1 we reach already very good relation, and we started to communicate with the public transport authorities. And now our next step in that path is that we have already invited them to the cross-border meeting, where we discuss how we can develop cross-border bus routes in area. And the realistic dream is that we could pilot the first hop-on-hop of loops in area. Very important thing is digital accessibility also, and based on the work made in Y1 and the other projects in Sweden and Finland, there is already digital accessibility development project going on. We cooperate with them. But then also we want to approach and try again these cross-border flights. Arctic Airlink is not anymore there. Could we establish together with local small planes something similar? Then competence development. Here we have 700,000, and it will be used to this kind of networking meetings. There are going to be totally 4 networking events in coming years. This plus 3 more in coming years. But also in this competence development we have reserved separate budget to give you tools, ideas, how to develop best practices, how to develop sustainability in your own companies. In digitalization we have a quite serious sum to do actions, but to be honest, we don't know yet how to use that. And this is the one task for tomorrow workshop. We want more information from you guys, that we see where is the need, what we have to do, where we have to concentrate. For low season development, we need more information from market about these potential segments. What is their motivation to come and what they want for us, which kind of level service they want for us. And when we get that information, we need to make the product development. There is loads of great products already now for low seasons, but we need to look them further, and especially when we have decided the segments we concentrate, we need to look if our product fit to this segment needs. Okay. Thank you very much. Did I use my time?
Thank you, Rauno. So our next, or first speaker, I would say, external speaker, will has since 2004 played a key role in the strategic direction and development of ATTA. That will be the commits to the sustainable development and adventure tourism, sort of that. Chris is an outdoorsman and he lives in Sweden with his family. He directed the content and executing for all ATTA Adventure Travel World Summit conferences. That's why I need to look at my little thing here because it's a very long name. And as you know, the next edition of ATWS 2019 will be held and organized in Gothenburg in Sweden. So please let me introduce Chris Doyle, Executive Director for Europe and Central Asia at Adventure Travel Trade Association, ATTA. That was hard for me.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning and welcome.
First off, I think every single business, every single marketing plan for any destination around the world should start with an ice cream shop, right? That's a great start. First of all, Katja and to the entire team at Visit Arctic Europe, thank you for having me here on behalf of the Adventure Travel Trade Association. And I should have just mentioned, you can just introduce my name because usually the biographies are all on the program. And what we're going to talk about today is more philosophy and more paradigm shifting for us. I will run you through quite a few slides, and it's more important that you take away kind of the big story versus any of the individual text on there. It's important to do that because we're at a pretty pivotal time. I'm going to put my timer on here. It's important because we're at a pivotal time in tourism and in tourism development. And what is likely to occur here in this region is going to require thinking that most are not doing right now. And at the ATTA, one of the things that we're trying to get ahead of is not to be passive acceptors of trends and just to monitor trends, but to actually shape the future that we want to see. And that's going to be important for today's short discussion here. And the question is, how do we accelerate our move to sustainability? And I also give this presentation with quite a bit of humility because here in the Nordic region, Arctic region, we're very clear that you all are really pioneers in much of sustainability, best practices and all of that. We're keenly aware of that. We often point to the Nordic region when we speak at events all around the globe, when we deliver our major conferences, our global conference and our regional conferences, and we point to the innovations that are happening here. So please understand that we get it, but there are things that we can do more. One of the challenges that we all face is that we're trying to put bread on the table every day. The hoteliers, the accommodations, the transport companies and everything. You're trying to work on sales. I mean, ultimately that's it. Without profit, we have nowhere to go. We cannot be sustainable. And for the ATTA, one of the things that we must do as one of the leading tourism organizations around the globe is to project way down the road, 50, 60, 100 years, and think about what we have to do as an industry to make changes where our businesses, where our destinations can grow into. And that's the important key here. So we have to kind of step out of our day-to-day books. We should go sit on a mountaintop or by a lakeside and ponder, imagine what our future can be. And in particular in the Arctic region here, I cannot underscore how important that will be, and we'll cover that. But you need to innovate everything, and you all do that. Living in Sweden, one thing I've observed about the Scandic people in general is that you're all crazy resourceful, you're extremely innovative, and you never stop. And that is what's going to have to happen here in context to tourism development. So designing your future is going to be key. And I will say right now that this process, as you're already experiencing, and I saw it in the presentation, it's extremely complex and it's challenging always, every day we wake up. But everything that I'm going to talk about today is possible. Okay? It's possible. So, of course, I looked at all of the work going on with Visit Arctic Europe. And the film that was shown here, I actually watched last week. And I must say it's a great film, whoever produced that. So congratulations. Yes. It's really important because there's not a lot of distractions on it. It actually hits many of the key things that the ATTA thinks about. Your network keeps you safe. It's everybody in this room that will help you accomplish this. And so the focus on that to me was very important. You focused on numbers, which is good, but that's only part of the equation and the one key offering of insights that I'm going to deliver today. But it's super important because you're showing proof positive that in a difficult to access destination, people are coming and you're doing it mostly sustainably. And this is really key. And it's going to take, and I also saw it in the film, the word bold. Because bold is the only thing that's going to keep us in the game. Everything that we're going to talk about, and I'm going to rush through a few things here. I'll explain why I do this afterwards. It's going to take bold steps. It's going to have to take you out of your comfort zone every day you come to work. Right now, all of that vision is great, except for you have a bunch of issues that you're right in the middle of right now that are incredible stories. You know, this one in particular I view as kind of the tipping point where globally, this was news all over the world, probably the most difficult wildlife story that has come out in recent years, even more than the poaching in Africa and stuff. This was a hallmark moment because it's the clash of course, wildlife and people in an extremely critical zone of the world. And it highlighted and accentuated all of the issues, and a lot of it was tied to cruise, right? And cruise, of course, is one of the big dilemmas when the Arctic region opens up. And you're going to face tens of thousands and millions of travelers. I saw a graphic. You can look it up online. Look up Arctic tourism 2085 on Google. And there was a report that came out in 2012, and it shows what your future tourism numbers are going to look like in this region. I tried to figure out a way to get the graphic up here. I couldn't do it, but suffice it to say that with global climate change and this part of the world getting more temperate, you're really at the forefront by 2085 of where most people will run to escape the heat and destinations. So I always use the language, be careful what you wish for, because you're obviously working very hard to get more travelers now. And you're focused on the numbers. And I'm going to suggest you focus on other things at the same time. So the first challenge I have for everyone is about shifting paradigms. And at the ATTA, we spend a lot of time talking about inner transformation ourselves. Like, you know, we all seek to become better. We have to focus on things that we might challenge our own truths and such. And this is what it's going to take individually, organizationally, and destination-wise. The first paradigm shift I'm going to encourage you to think about is don't think about tourism first. Think about society all throughout the Arctic region. Focus on what's good for you. Don't think about tourism. Think about what's good for each and every village, each and every city, all of where the Sapmi go. Think about all of the communities and what's first good for society. And of course, we all pursue utopia, right? We want the perfect balance of everything. And then when you then bring in tourism as a tool, think about tourism as a tool to help you accomplish what your community and your society wants. Don't think tourism's the answer for everything and pursue it at all costs. Think about how it can contribute. And you all know this, the sustainable tourism principles. Take it in that context, but think of tourism as a tool, not the end all. It's only one part of the solution. Second is about confronting zero-sum thinking. It's almost like for each and every action, there's an opposite and equal reaction. In fact, that is a quick path to descending cultures, civilizations, and so on. You have to think in terms of what positive can come out of what tourism is going to do. And I'll hit that here in just one moment. To do everything that we're talking about, another paradigm shift we have to think about, and you all are very good at this because I monitor the region. I work with a lot of people in Scandinavia and in the Arctic region. Klaus Schwab, the founder of the World Economic Forum, talks about the importance of inclusiveness. And part of that inclusiveness equation in my world is about co-opetition, not strictly competition. So even if you have two hotels sitting right next to each other, those two individuals should be focused on how do we help each other so that we have more for our area. And that's really important, and it's probably the toughest part of the equation for most businesses around the globe, and in particular in certain parts of the world where they're built for competition, like the Balkans, for example. Excuse me. So, in order to accomplish this, another paradigm shift is we have to move away from numbers only. And by numbers, I'm talking about heads and beds, the turnstiles, number of flights coming in, heads and beds, all of that. We have to quit being reliant on that. That's an old industrial mindset. It is not where the future of capitalism, of any area is going. It's actually about measuring things of value. So if tourism becomes a restorative force, then what do we value? Has it contributed to society? Has it helped restore forests? Has it brought back wildlife? And so on. Has it helped protect the Sapmi? Does it encourage them to continue their current way of life? If so, then that's success. If we protect languages, if we protect cultures, and everything that we value and want to go visit as travelers ourselves, then we're doing the right thing. We talked a bit, earlier I mentioned the need to become shapers of your future versus just reading everything that's going on in the Wall Street and the Economist and, the local papers here. Yeah, the newest trend is. Actually, you all own what that future trend is. You simply have to get your mind into that thinking. Of course, many of you are focused on the experience economy. A lot of you are thinking about experience. But if we are locked in to the money side of the business and only measuring the things that we've traditionally measured, you're stuck in selling product. And selling product is not going to win the day. It will not help you achieve the vision that is in the film. The experience is what matters. It makes you think differently about how you will pursue your business. So the challenge to you is thinking about tourism not as just a moneymaker and not as an extractive industry, but more a restorative, rejuvenating force. And done right, you will be profitable, you will protect your people, you will protect your societies, and you will protect all that we care about, wildlife and so on. Another very difficult paradigm shift that people need to make is about how each and every one of us views tourism, and the 2 billion travelers around the globe. We all think we have a right to travel, right? It's our right. We can go travel anywhere we want. It's my right. I would argue that it's not a right. It's actually a privilege, and with privilege comes responsibility. So it's not just us in the room as business people and destinations who must do sustainability. The travelers themselves must step up to the plate. We have to encourage them, we have to provide them with codes of conduct, and we actually have to design our products and services so that they don't have a choice. We have to design it so that sustainability becomes in the forefront, and it just is. So the bottom line, I'll bring it back to the economic impact. You have a lot of decisions to make. A lot of decisions. And I'm going to put this in context to the adventure tourism industry, since that's the category that the ATTA represents. And just so that we're all on the same page, back in 2005, did a study with trade and consumers, and we've repeated it regularly. And this is the definition of adventure travel, where it combines immersion in nature, cultural immersion, and then activities. The physical activities, the cycling, the climbing, the paddling, and so on. But in the recent years, the focus has been on the experience, not about just going activity. It's about the design of experiences and how it helps to transform people. Does it pose a challenge to them? Do they have a chance to have impact? Is it about wellness? Is it unique and novel? And most importantly, one of the areas that's happening, not only for businesses, but for consumers as well, is everything that we design having a positive impact back to the restorative and rejuvenating force of tourism. And so that you're aware, the adventure tourism sector is actually, and has been, since about 2009, the fastest growing segment of all of tourism. And in 89, we did the study, in 2009, we did the study, and excluding Asia external outbound, it was about an $89 billion sector. And now it's over 700 billion, And that matters because, of course, the growth means that we ourselves are culpable for the issues. We are bringing people to remote places all around the planet, which means we have to step up what our contributions are to offset that, okay? So when it comes to decisions, destinations right now, destinations typically have the destination marketing organization, and they spend most of their money to try to get more and more and more and more. And what's happening now is a morphing of the role of the DMO. It should be DMMO, which is Destination Management and Marketing, because we have to manage everything we have first in order to be able to service and ensure people get the experiences they want. On this slide is just a quick look about the differences between a mass tourism strategy, which requires about 100 passengers to earn $10,000 US, versus 4 adventure travelers to earn that same amount of money. So if you do the math, and you also look at the job creation, you can make your choice about what you're going to pursue. And this slide in particular is making very serious impact around the globe right now. And we have all the data to back this up. And it makes a difference on how you evolve your destination. What does adventure travel do? It attracts the target segments that you want. The ones that travel more responsibly, they're more thoughtful and engaged with local cultures. They don't want you to change your culture, they want to experience your culture. This is the adventure traveler. And look at their motivations. These are the top 10 motivations for adventure travelers. This top 5, transformation, expanded worldview, learning, nature and discovery, mental health. Well, those 5 make a pretty darn good recipe, and the Arctic region holds power over all of this. So you are naturally designed to support the adventure traveler, notwithstanding the fact that adventure travelers love to travel even during the winter. They love to mountaineer and they love to be rugged. So the development context, of course, from the adventure travel lens is the approach matters. It creates jobs for the right people, women and children, or younger people, I should say, youth. It's economically viable. We have many examples all over the globe and destinations where this model is working and turning tourism around. The biggest example where it's been a significant change is the work that we did 10 years ago with President Calderon of Mexico, who changed the entire policy of development in Mexico. And the interior of Mexico is now far more profitable than all the sun and beaches. It matters, it's working. So, here's just an exercise I'm gonna have you do. And it's about sitting with the slide for a moment, 2 moments, and then we're gonna move on. And I'm just gonna do this, about 2 minutes. And this is about thinking about all of these different pieces that are already happening, that are viable, that you all can build off of, okay? And it's turning trends and innovations into enhanced sustainability. I won't editorialize any of these, so just absorb them, and we'll go from there. First, we start with consumer behavior and trends. On the sustainability front. Technology front. Innovation and creativity. Ultimately leading to this, of course. The point of these slides is this is all happening now. Everything that you saw there. By about 2025, it's estimated that we will have fossil fuel-free regional commercial aircrafts operating regularly. So a lot of the questions you're having and how you're thinking about, gee, should we have more flights, etc., some of that will become moot on that front in a foreseeable future. So you want to be thinking about this foreseeable future. Since we've already seen a bunch of amazing things already happening, you notice a lot of the examples also come from the Scandinavian region. We have to think differently about human movement, human interaction, about carbon, all of this, because a lot of things are changing quickly. And the Arctic region can make some draconian decisions on what futures it's going to pursue, and it's going to have to require some bold steps. So design the future of Arctic Europe tourism, long-range vision. Of course, it's going to have to happen policy level, national level, because we're talking infrastructure. Is it going to be worthwhile for this region to build more highways or more roads right now if in 10 years we're going to have personal drones flying us everywhere and dropping our luggage and such? I mean, there's some hard questions. None of that is easy. Of course you know this. Seek equilibrium on these three areas. But the more important point on this is, as citizens of Earth, we have to ask the question, how much is enough for each of us? How much is enough? So I've got key examples from around the world where local destinations have decided we know how much is enough. In Armenia, one individual worked with 100 villagers, talked about tourism door to door, and they said, yes, we would like to do it. We can all contribute. But in the end, they went through the strategy, all the research, and they said, we only want 3,500 tourists a year. Done. And it helps them sustain their lifestyle. And it helps them protect their culture and their language and so on. On Fogo Island in Canada, they've decided what their carrying capacity is based on sustaining the people, the wildlife, everything there. And they restored an island that had mass exodus after the fishing industry died. And they've chosen their path about how they're going to do it, and they're sustaining that already. So bold leaders are needed. So we're aware, most of the industry knows we have to make some bold shifts. We talk about sustainability. There are literally thousands of sustainable tourism manuals and guides that all of you can pull for free that show you exactly how to do it. But because the socioeconomic framework keeps changing, a lot of that is up in challenge. And what's not happening is that all of the innovations coming are not being considered for how we're going to develop in the future. We're looking at the developments and we're going, oh, well, when those hit us, what we should be doing is actually putting on the accelerator to go greet those technologies. So I saw your model, the organizational model, which I really appreciated. I would suggest adding other industry sectors, a steering group that focuses on technology. You've got crazy technology companies in Scandinavia, space agency companies all over that are doing everything you need to monitor and actually predict your future. So you can grab those partners, you can work with energy, forestry, etc. I would bring them in and just create a steering group to help inform your decision makings moving forward. And that's how we get to the innovation-driven smart sustainability. We look outside of ourselves for great guidance. So at the ATTA, we look at an ecosystem framework. We look at an ecosystem framework, and we put it, you know, most of you have seen this, government, public sector, NGO, nonprofit sector, private sector, and communities. I had to put in communities on this because people were saying, how come you're not talking about communities? Well, to me, that's private sector, and it's also covered in public sector. This is the one that until now we haven't really leaned into as an industry. We haven't gone to them and made them part of the solutions. And so I'd recommend that we look at this, and this will help you get to your desired future faster. In the last 2 months, I've spent some time with colleagues at Innovative Experiences. I think you know the organization, Bard Jervan and Heidi Hansen and others. And we're doing some work on Lofoten. And it's actually attempting to do what we're discussing right here. And we're trying to lean forward as far as we can to deal with a lot of the issues that all of you are dealing with at the destination level. And then, like Stig, you were talking about last night, you reminded me to keep it real. And you said, well, I'm actually trying to work on my menu and understanding who the customers are coming and how do I do that? And that is an important trigger for me to remember to say, okay, bread on the table, because you're dealing with day-to-day issues. But still, I argue, you have to be thinking about the long term. And how do you plug yourself in to the stakeholder engagement thing, just like you're doing here. And it is impressive to see it go from 90 in first year to 125. This is really important. This is a good model. I'll be writing about it for Adventure Travel News. Our trade community for ATTA is about 25,000. And so the word will get out about the work that you're all doing here. And it'll be important to share that. So keep your stories coming to your colleagues here, and they can feed the information to me. If you're associated with the ATTA, of course, we can do that as well. But this stakeholder engagement, look at this slide. Look at the consternation on these people. This was a real moment. We have the mayor there, the mayor from the municipality. And he was saying, yeah, well, what we're going to do, this is now our most popular beach on Lofoten. And what we're going to do, we really understand the problem. We're trying to figure out how do we finance a bigger parking lot. And I'm like, bigger parking lot? Are you kidding me? Look at the beach. And he goes, what are you saying? And I was trying to be diplomatic, but I couldn't be. I'm like, don't put a parking lot here. This is a world-class beach, part of a larger UNESCO heritage. But why would you do that? Why don't you put it 5 kilometers back there and force people to hike in? You're allowing free access. And I'll hand it to, it's pretty similar across Finland and Sweden and Norway. You all are gifted with freedom to roam, right? And free access. It's your worst nightmare now, okay? Because people are stealing from you. You will have to regulate that. I would suggest free access to people who live here, and I would suggest like monitored access to all of the operators around other parts of Europe who are coming here and bringing in their own guides, their own food, their own fuel to run their adventure trips in this region. It's more of an issue down in the southern parts, I get that, but still, you've got other operators in other parts of Europe who are taking advantage of freedom to roam. It's no longer viable for you, okay? You have to make a change. And I will support, ATTA will support you in that. Like, I want to go to Parliament in Sweden and start arguing against it. I really do. It's the only way to protect your future. And you can take some of those fees and put it into further sustainability. So we just talked a moment ago about cross-sectoral engagement. This is the artisan community in a village on Lofoten, and it's making sure that they're a part of the process. And of course, the second most important thing, well, no, it's got to be the most important thing, chicken or the egg, right? Build community, and you've done that. You've got it here. I see it, I hear the conversations going on, and the community will grow. The most tricky part is that, because you all, without alignment, you'll go nowhere, okay? The alignment is the big issue. You'll have a rotten egg in the room, and that rotten egg can bring down an entire group. Include everyone. Everyone has a voice, and ultimately the best decisions will come forward for all of you. I think you're predisposed to that type of collaboration and so on. And so I think you're in a really good place to pursue your vision. So the question, and I talked to some of my colleagues about this in particular, because as an outsider looking at this part of the world, you're financially stable as a general rule. The political system is generally stable. You have all of the assets. You have state-funded programs that do amazing things. You have access to European Union funding and Interreg projects and such. You actually can be the boldest leaders globally. You are here and now ready to do this. You're already in the mindset. If I were your group, and I say this with humility, well, I'm here because actually we want to be engaged in it. Because I got invited just a few weeks ago, and I was like, yeah, I want to be there because there's so much going on in the Arctic region. And in the foreseeable future, this region is going to have far more problems than it can solve. I said that in Lofoten 7-8 years ago, and they got upset with me. And now today, they're saying, help us, how do we figure this out? It is coming. It's just taking a little bit longer to come this way, right? But all of you are going to face, I can't even begin to describe what's going to happen. And even without climate change, just the number of travelers around the globe. another billion travelers in the next 10 years, what in the hell are we going to do with another billion travelers? So be careful what you wish for, plan now, and design your future. You do have a choice. Here is the one choice that all of you should make. Sustainability is a non-negotiable, universal principle that Arctic region says, this is us. And again, if I were part of the group, I would work with the aviation industry immediately, all transport companies, and the minute you can make the decision, fossil fuel free is our requirement, and this is the date, and starting then, no more. Now, you're in an unfortunate position that it's not your carbon and the carbon of travelers that are coming here that is causing the Arctic melt. It's everybody else in the world. You're the recipients of what's going on out there, all around the globe, which means this region, which is probably why you're getting so much funding to deal with it, not only are there a ton of extractable resources in the environment, but, you know, this is where it's coming. So you don't have a choice. And most of you know the quote from Gandhi, you know, be the change you want to see in the world. He actually didn't say that. That's a kind of an Americanized, truncated version of what he said. I'll read it for you because I don't know if you can read it in the back there. We but mirror the world. All the tendencies present in the outer world are to be found in the world of our body. If we could change ourselves, the tendencies in the world would also change. As a man changes his own nature, so does the attitude of the world changes toward him. This is the divine mystery supreme, a wonderful thing it is, and the source of our happiness. We need not wait to see what others do. So I go back to the bold leaders. It's complex, it's challenging, but it's possible. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. It was very inspirational. And Chris, before you leave stage,
Yes.
please come back. Please come back. I just want to ask if we have any reflections or questions directly to Chris after his very interesting speech. Anyone in the public? And before you leave stage, I will definitely. Oh, thank you, of course.
Thank you so much.
I actually need to read on my notes what's
Local,
in there
local,
because
local.
it's very local. It's very local, and it is the northernmost mustard of the world of Kokkola. We have ribs oil from Pesula Landsgård in Kokkola in there, and ranger sausage from Tornedalens Reinprodukter products, and it can be kept in room temperature. And we have biscotti from Hemma Gastronomie's own bakery. So
Very nice.
thank you very much.
Very grateful. Thank you.
So we are about to have a fika right now, and we will continue the conversation about sustainability together with Chris afterwards, and 3 different companies who in different ways are doing their part of saving the world already. So looking forward to that in 25 minutes. Thank you. Please, Nina, welcome.
Thank you, Anna. It's great to see that you did want to come back after fika, even though we had a nice break and some nice talks, I hope. Without using too much time, I want to introduce or ask all my panelists to come up here. Please take a seat. We will have a half-hour discussion about sustainability here. What can we do up in the Arctic? What do we want to do up here about sustainability? Starting from the left there, we have Liisa Kokkarinen from Visit Finland. She has been living and breathing the travel industry for about 2 decades, and she has firsthand witnessed the radical change of the travel demand. She has many tasks on her table at the moment, but one of the important ones has closely to do with sustainability. At Visit Finland, the National Tourist Board of Finland, the project Sustainable Arctic Destination aims to enable sustainable growth and the adoption of sustainable practices, including all stakeholders in the tourism ecosystem in Finland. And Lisa is leading that project, so we look forward to hearing comments from that. Then we have Sara Eriksson, Marketing and Sales Coordinator at Camp Ripan in Kiruna. Camp Ripan is a family-owned hotel in Kiruna that offers activities, great local food and spa. I can personally recommend it. Very nice. To dig where you stand is the principle that influences every aspect of Ripan's operations, and to be environmentally aware is part of the daily routine. Ripan holds several certificates. For example, the Nordic Eco Label, the Swan, and Nature's Best. And we'll ask Sara more about those later on. Chris Doyle from ATTA. Anna did a good job introducing him earlier, so I'm not going to repeat that. We know him a little bit by now. And then we have Arne Termors from Tromsø Safari. The company is the leading activity company in Tromsø and provides a wide range of activities throughout the year. They work very closely with the local community and local providers, and I will let Arne tell us more about it later on. But now, I will give the word to you, panelists. Let's see now. There. I'll give it to you first. The first thing, no, it's not on yet. First question, which I would like all of you to answer, is that we're all working on sustainability. You are all working on sustainability strongly in your daily work. Please share some of your best tips and practices to the others regarding sustainability. And now I'll put it on. And Arne, if you would like to start.
Yes, I would like to start. Good morning, everybody, or good afternoon, almost. Our main thing with the sustainability, what we as a company do is we use local providers, local food. We are supporting local landlords, local land owners. So we have several base stations where we use, we pay the locals to use their land and their property and their base stations. And so we leave money behind in the district. So that's a little bit our philosophy about sustainability, to keep it also in the district.
Thank you. And Chris, what are your tips?
Yes, tips. First of all, one thing I did not do is accurately convey what the Adventure Travel Trade Association is. So for those of you who don't know, it's a global organization that brings together the entire supply chain that is supporting responsible tourism development in the adventure tourism sector. The composition of this group also reflects the composition of our global trade organization. Our members pay annual fees, destinations, tour operators, accommodations, guides, media, technology, PR, airlines, and so on are all members. Okay, so our sustainability tips come from our membership. So what I could do is point you to some resources that you will want to read, case studies that have happened of hotels, of tour operations, of all of these organizations that are doing the advanced work. So there's the digital journal for the adventure tourism industry. We started in 2005, is adventuretravelnews.com. And there you can type in sustainability, things like that, to get a lot of different resources. The ATTA also was a part of the creation of the Global Sustainable Tourism Criteria, which I think most of you are probably familiar with by now. So we are close allies with the United Nations World Tourism Organization, and we abide by those. And it's also, all of our members have to commit to pursuing those principles. So those are the resources I would suggest for right now.
Good tips, thank you.
Hi everybody. Well, I would say this working with sustainability is an ongoing process, something that you do all the time in your everyday work. And for us to get the Swan, we dedicated one person to do this for 6 months. So I think if you want to do that, it's good to have one person working with this, because it takes some time with all the paperwork and things. And one easy thing I think you can do if you have an accommodation is just to remove all these small bottles with shampoo and showers and things, and use big container instead that you refill. We do that at Camp Ripan, and we just get really good feedback on that one. Then you don't use so much plastic. So that's my tip.
Yeah, good tip and good challenge. Where all can we reduce plastic in our businesses?
Yeah, hello. So I come from the tourism board, so we're not a tourism company as such. We work more as an enabler. So for the Finnish tourism companies and for the entire industry, we're finding ways and practices that the companies and the DMOs can then adapt to shift towards the sustainable development. But I do believe that the best cases do come from the tourism companies, and we are trying to give a voice for these companies, just like these 2 examples that we heard here, which are very practical, and that's what we learned that the whole industry is after these practices. And usually when you hear from the company, from your village or from the other side of the world, a company that you can relate to, you start thinking, I can do this any day. I can actually start today. So these are the case examples that we're trying to bring forward.
And that is something we want to encourage in the project and in the networking here, that please discuss and share your tips with each other. You're not losing from sharing your tip. You're all winning from it. Well then, we did a mapping survey now in the beginning of the project, where we asked all of you a lot of questions. Thank you for answering those. Tomorrow we will go through them a little bit deeper. But one interesting fact we found there was that when we asked that how many of you as companies are committed to becoming more sustainable, 51% of you said that you are very committed. And then many more also were committed. So very strong will there towards sustainability. Then the next question was that how about the customers? What is the level of interest that customers show towards sustainability? What is what they express to you? And there, the number was 13%, showed it very strongly. So now what I would like to discuss with you as panel members, that what do you think this means? That companies seem to be very committed, customers don't express it. Are they really not interested? Or do they just not ask for it? So Lisa, if you could start.
Yeah, I can start. So based on my own experience and the interviews we've also done, it is that a lot of customers simply expect the tour operator and the travel agency to act responsibility and take the sustainability into consideration. So they don't necessarily ask because they simply expect that to already be part of the package that's been, or the experience that's been sold to them. And I think that we really need to keep that in mind. And also maybe to think, for example, those who arrived yesterday, were you thinking about sustainability? Were you thinking about your forms of transport or the food you were eating? Or if you think about it, most likely the customers are thinking about it too.
I also think that customers are aware and asking questions. Actually, yesterday I got a question on an email asking about the meat that we have on the a la carte menu, if it's ecological and local produce, which 30% of our raw material to the restaurant is. So I think they are aware, and also as Lisa said, some of them expected this to already happening also. So, and I also have some agents that work with us because of our eco labels, this one. So it's an interest.
Then maybe Arne, I could ask you more specifically there. Do you think there's big differences between customer groups, different kinds of customers?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's depending on where the customers are coming from. In my opinion, certain areas in the world, they do not think so much about sustainability as it's our experience, and they're more looking towards the price and the rate. So yeah, I think there's a big difference. I think especially in the European countries, it's quite people are more and more focused on sustainability, but some Asian countries they have some other ideas about that. So that's my opinion, or our opinion. Yes.
Sure. Yeah. And I have to say that it's comforting that even though there's a big difference, that the difference is this way around. What if only 13% of you would see it as important, but 50% of your customers would see it important? That would be alarming at this moment. So I think this is a version we have much better to work with. Then actually continuing on the same theme, do you think custom or sustainability can give us a competitive advantage? Or is it already like the base standard? Has to be there, or some level of sustainability? Of course, there are many different levels of what you can do and how you're doing it. And especially to Lisa, I would like to ask now, you are working in the project and especially talk about the Arctic area as a wide definition of the Arctic area in that sense. Do you feel that we are more sustainable here in the Arctic area than elsewhere, and do we have a competitive advantage from that?
I'm having to answer the first question no, and the latter question yes, but let me explain why. When we did our mapping survey, the results showcase at the top of mind sustainable destination in the top 10. All the Nordic countries are there. So yes, the tour operators, at least in the German and UK market, they seem to think that Nordic countries and the Arctic region is sustainable. However, I do believe that we have kind of like we've been behind many other countries. A lot of blame is being put to countries such as India or China, while they are actually making revolutionary innovations to advance sustainability. So we only seem to see the bad things that come out of there, such as the amount of waste, but there is also much more people than we have in the Nordic countries. So we have kind of like been like, we've been sleeping in this happiness that we are really sustainable and we know what we're doing, and at the same time, you know, we're kind of like now running after that train. But what I do think that is our advantage is that it's been only a few generations that have left behind. So we still have that very strong bond with the nature. We still have those practices that we understand that it's the ground that is providing our food. And these are things that we still have in the Arctic countries, and some other countries, they're walking up before us to sustainability, but they no longer even have a chance to practice sustainability, or they no longer have a chance for the self-sufficient lifestyle like we have. So I think that's where our competitive advantage comes, that we can really catch up very quick, and we can be the leading countries. And in a certain way, for example, if I look at the certain parts of Norway, I do think that we have some leading examples. So there was my yes and no, but I do think that the time is now. We're already behind, so we have to go fast forward. And also, if you're thinking about competitive advantage, there is many results that are showing, for example, that the customer satisfaction in a sustainable accommodation or in a restaurants that consider their local providers, the satisfaction is higher because people simply have this good feeling that you feel that you're doing something good because you chose that property instead of someone else. And you're also more likely to refer the company to your friends or colleagues or anyone who is seeking advice or sharing that feedback online. So in that way, it's free marketing for you, so it is competitive advantage. And lastly, I would also consider the law. The laws are coming behind, but we're here to talk about saving the world. There is nothing more important we can even consider doing. So the laws will come and they will push us and force us to take action. So I think that those tourism companies that work now, they will have the advantage because then they are ready when these laws become applicable. So instead of acting then, when the law requires, why not to act now and be the forerunner?
And actually, Chris, in your speech earlier today, you mentioned also about it that we give a lot of attention in the Nordic area about being sustainable. Do you agree with Lisa that we have some work to do there to actually reach that?
Yes, absolutely. In fact, I took a picture because I'm going to quote you on a couple of things because I thought your response was really thoughtful. And first of all, the ATTA in 2008 introduced what's called the Adventure Tourism Development Index. Some of you may be familiar with it, ATDI. And it was a response to the World Economic Forum's Tourism Development Index, which only counts beans, right? They only count about numbers, that's what they focus on. And Kristiina Beckman on our team and I were at ITB and we just heard this presentation. And she's going, this report has nothing to do with adventure tourism. And it's like, we need to be measuring different things. And so she went about, created the system to have an index to measure the readiness of destinations around the globe. All of the Nordic countries, all of the Arctic countries, Arctic Europe countries ranked very high in the ATDI annually. I think it's within the top 15, all three of the destinations, plus Lapland, of course. Lapland isn't separated like that, it's included, unfortunately, but that's how the UN works, and that's how we recognize it. So that measure, you'll want to look at it, it measures 10 different pillars of readiness in adventure tourism, and the sustainability is one of them. I would be careful about spending too much time on competitiveness and sustainability. It is all about your survival. So do it. It's a universal principle. It's where we're headed. The major retailers of the world, they're all doing it. The Starbucks are doing it. You know it's going mass, so everybody's going to be doing it. Stop. Focus on your experiences. It's the experiences that you deliver throughout the Arctic region that will offer you the ultimate competitive difference. And by the way, everything is sustainable is going to be a secondary message. And in all the research that we've done over the last 15 years, when we first did the research, sustainability was not even on the map in consideration set. And now it keeps creeping up. So 15 years later, now it's about 7 or 8 on the consideration set. And that's from consumers. And then from the tour operator standpoint and accommodation standpoint, it also has increased. So it's really important. Focus on the experiences. Just make everything sustainable to the best that you can. It's just part of your business operating plan. There's no question anymore. We should stop debating it. You should just focus on the experience.
Good message. And as you mentioned about the measuring and systems being there, we can continue with certificates. We also asked you in the mapping survey that how many of you have implemented a certificate of sustainability. At the moment, there was 26% of the companies who answered who said they have a certificate. And well, we can of course think about what does it mean. Do you need to have a certificate to be sustainable or not? I'm sure there's many opinions about that. But one example, Sara, your company has adopted actually several certificates.
Yes.
What do you see the benefits of those certificates are for you?
I think with the Swan, for example, because that's like the big one we have, it's really good checklist to everybody working on different things at Camp Ripan, because we involve that in our everyday work. And every second year there is an inspection, somebody's coming to check that we're doing everything that we should do. So that's really something good for us. And then we also have the Nature's Best, which some of our suppliers do have, and that's also high quality of activities that doesn't affect the environment too much, because I think it's really important, because what we try to sell up in the northern part of the Lapland is the fresh air and the nature. And if we don't take care of that, that would just be disappearing, as Lisa said, so it's really important. And then in the destination, we also have try to make it more environmental and sustained. So we have a destination mark that we try to get companies to involve in, and We are 5 now, getting more, 5 more, Dharma, if I'm correct, 10 companies in Kiruna and Lapland is trying to work together, and we also have a new group together with the community and a big info company and entrepreneurs, to work with sustainability. So we try to do different types of networking to get it to work in the whole destination. So.
That's very, very interesting. Chris, how important do you think it is for a destination or a company to have a certificate of sustainability?
I would answer that in a couple of ways. First off, I spent some time with my colleague, Milena Nikolova. She has her doctorate in sustainable tourism and in marketing. And so she has spent a lot of time on the topic of consumer behavior and behavioral economics. She has a book coming out in the first quarter of next year. She's on the ATTA team now. We stole her from a university. And she talks about the importance of certificates in front of the consumers is just being, it's nice to know it's there because then it does the homework for the consumer. If they see a label, okay, I know they're good. I would argue that the labeling systems, both at the national level, well, first of all, at the GSTC level, which is the universal, but then like Norway has their sustainable destination certification is really key. And then local is really key on a B2B platform, because international buyers and agents who are trying to find destinations and companies who are up to par, it makes it easy for them. Also, for journalists who are out there trying to pick the key providers, that's another good reason to have that. Of course, it pushes the destinations and the businesses to be sustainable. But I would say on the B2B front, it's probably one of the most powerful tools.
Thank you. Then we're coming to the topic of aviation and transportation. Most of our customers come here by plane. At the same time, we know that aviation is one of the fastest growing sources of greenhouse gas emissions in the world. So can traveling to our area be sustainable when also taking into consideration the flights, of course, which is part of the trip? Anybody want to comment first? Lisa?
Always my favorite topic is aviation. This is brought up in every single discussion about the sustainability. Before I go to it, I wanted to remark something about certificates. And I think Camp Ripan has here the point that often in a discussion of certificates, people are just thinking like, oh well, do people really buy my product because I have the certificate? That shouldn't be the point, but it's your checklist. It's your tool. A lot of companies are trying to find the practices, how can I shift my practices towards more sustainable ones. The certificates, they provide that assistance and help, and it's continuing, like they have the auditing every other year, so you can improve that all the time. So I think that should be something kept in mind as well, instead of just thinking like, does it help that it's on my website, that will people buy my product more? But the aviation, again, I would say yes and no answer. If you're thinking about the carbon footprint, no, it can't be. Because unfortunately the aviation leaves such a big carbon footprint. However, if you turn it around, that people are traveling anyway, would you prefer them to choose a sustainable destination if all the land arrangements are sustainable? Some land arrangements are actually so sustainable that you can even compensate towards the flights. So that's where I think that you should be thinking about it, that if you're anyway about to travel, choose at least a sustainable destination. And there are also other ways that how you can maybe reduce the flights. Think about how do you keep the customers longer in the land. And this is a great project for it. You have 3 amazing countries. They are distinctly different, even that some people think that they're all the same. They're not. We're not. So this is something, because then you have less need for the flights and more need for the land arrangements.
And actually a further question, you talked about the way we do things up here, we can compensate for the carbon footprint, but then there are possibilities for different compensation programs. And the question has arisen once in a while that should we have our own carbon compensation program in this area up here? What do you feel about it? Anybody want to comment? Chris?
I may not be the best person to answer this, but I'm gonna make a point about this, and I've made it within our organization. So the ATTA, we came up with a carbon offset program for all of our teams travel all around the world for all of our conferences. And so by 2020, we will be carbon neutral and we'll be moving into the positive. Sounds great, right? It's a good program, but to me, it's a Band-Aid. You're putting a Band-Aid on the issue. You're not tackling the root issue. And for me personally, I you know, and I've argued and had debates with our executive team, and we're trying to think, okay, we must do this, but if we steered our energies elsewhere, if we went to partner with airlines and with the cruise industry and hit them face on and said, let's try to do this together, let's accelerate adoption of this, work with technology companies, could we move that window of interregional flights all electric up by 2 years if there were more energy placed there? So you're attacking the systemic issue versus placing Band-Aids. It's a different way to think about it, and it seems impossible, but we can do amazing things with technology. Why can't we accelerate that process? So I understand the question, and I understand the need to look at it, but again, anytime we can look at the systemic causes of the challenges that we're having and put our energy into those solutions, then I think we're moving to sustainability faster on all fronts.
And there's even less need to compensate anything if we do things in a smarter way to start out with. Well, I'm aware of the time running, but I have a couple more questions quickly to take. We have very much talked about the carbon footprint and kind of like the ecological side of sustainability, but of course there are other important parts of it as well. And well, as mentioned already in the introduction, Arne, you told us about your company being very placing high importance on the local factor. Do you see that it's valued by your customers? And tell us a little bit more of how you work on that.
Yeah.
Social part.
I think customers appreciate to see that you are local, that you use local resources, leave local values behind. It's also how you explain to the customers. It's not easy always to explain what you're doing, or it's easy to explain but they don't always understand or do not really follow it. But as we see more and more people are getting more and more interested in the local yeah, if you leave. Our aim is to have more local people working, local economy, social aspect also in the destination and in the city. So we see people really appreciate it, yes.
That's good. And that was about the customers. Then next question would be about the local community and the local people. Do they view you differently? Like maybe some companies who might not be doing that. I'm not so aware of your competitors, how they work in the area, but is it easier, for example, to get employees when you work strongly with locals?
No, I'm not so I don't know about that, to be honest. What we see is that the district starts reacting on it. They know that Tromsø is growing very fast in tourism. We have a lot of tourists, they go out of the city to see Northern Lights or whatever, and they don't leave anything behind in the district. And so people start reacting on it, that it's like, yeah, why are they coming here, and what do we get from it, what do we aim from it? And by using people outside of Tromsø with the landlords and the base stations, we try to leave something behind in the district, and we see a kind of reaction that they appreciate that. And for us it's more easy to get in contact, to find new base stations, new land that we can use for the huskies or for the snowmobile or whatever, because we pay the locals to use their land.
That's very good work. I think this is a discussion that we could continue for a long time, and we need to continue. within this project. Right now we don't have time for it, but that is something that we will have as a strong point, like Rauno already said in the presentation of the project, during our events, during all our work, what we do. We want to increase the sustainability and help you develop your company and area-wise sustainability. So at this point I want to thank our panelists. Thank you for participating. My tough challenge was here that in a good panel you would need to have some opposing opinions. They quite agreed on the same topic, but I hope we all got some good tips and insights from this. And please ask more from them when you see them in the lunch queue or something. Thank you.
So, the next speaker I'm happy to introduce will be Kristiina Kukkohovi. Kristiina is leading Finnair's new leisure business, Finnair Holidays and Destination Nordics. Her background is in international tourism and travel industry, and before joining Finnair she worked as a CEO of Levi DMO. Kristiina has been working with brands in marketing, digitalization, e-commerce and international sales, and she loves transformation and strongly believes in the power of co-creation and networks. Please come on stage, Kristiina.
Thank you so much. That was beautiful. I decided to bring a surprise guest from my team as well, so please welcome Jeroen, because Jeroen is my experience manager, and I think you will be seeing both of us here in the Arctic Lapland in the future years to come. So my topic today is how to digitalize happiness. I think we all know that we are the happiest nation in the world nowadays, being recognized about it in Finland, in Norway, in Sweden, or around Scandinavia. But how do we actually distribute the happiness around the world? Let's hope that get the slides going. But before I go into that, I would like Jeroen to tell a little bit about yourself, because my story was quite clear and specific. So you have a quite interesting background as well. So I think it's good for you to tell a little bit about yourself before we get going.
Kristiina is my boss, so I'm going to be very honest now. Because when I applied for the job, I said, I want this job. Before I left somewhere in 2011, I'm never going to work for an airline. Before I was working for Star Lines, heard a lot about airlines, how they... I said, no, let's start an own business in the fucking middle of nowhere. It was in 2 hours north of Stockholm. I started a small-scale lifestyle hotel. It's still there, it's still happening. But then Kristiina said, we're doing this project within an airline. Do you want to join? No, I think I want to join, because then she told me about this project. So I'm burning for it now. I think it's about empowering small-scale businesses and sustainability.
Good. So now you know Jeroen, and like I said, I think you will be seeing him a lot traveling around this area. So like Anna already said, we are a small unit within a big airline. Finnair is 95 years old. In 5 years' time, 100 years old. It has a very, very long history, nice history. We also have Aurinkomatkat, which is a tour operator. All the Finns know it. It's the oldest and the biggest at the moment, and that was formed in '63. Then there is something called New Leisure Business, which is the Finnair Holidays and Destination Nordics, and it's very new. It's something to be launched. So we are also kind of a transformation unit of 5 people plus a project team around us, and we will are a little, let's call it sometimes a little pain in the asses on the Finnairs as well. But we are actually taken really positively within the company, but this is a little background. So how to digitalize happiness? I've been living in Lapland for more than 5 years, so I took a brave decision to move from the Helsinki city center over to north. And even though my base, together with Jeroen, is at the House of Travel and Transportation by Helsinki Airport, we both actually live on the countryside. And this is my Lapland. My happiness actually is formed from the nature, from the local people, and what we really are. I'm a keen traveler around northern Sweden and Norway, so I haven't been doing very much of, let's say, global traveling for some years, because for me, the area where we live is an inspiration every day. And I think we all agree that this is something we want to bring to the world. But what is the form we want to bring that to the world? Because we also know that nowadays 80% of the tourists coming to the Finnish Lapland, it will be tour operator based. And I've been really happy about hearing of the sustainability discussion this morning already, because I can totally share that. We can see it from the destinations that we have mass tourism already. It's there. Take a look at our beautiful Finnish Lapland destinations in December, when you have 800 charters coming in. It is mass tourism, and I think it's okay, but I think what Chris was talking today, I think it's time to kind of look for the future and see how we will bring the tourists to see the happiness in the future. So, Nordics is the top hot, cool destination. It has been there for quite some years already. Finland has been now actually gaining the popularity in the past, I would say 3 years, growing plus 20%, plus 20%, plus 20% in the international overnights. It's a quite a remarkable growth, considering our infrastructure in tourism, whether it's Lapland, whether it's Lapland, or whether it's Helsinki even. We are, okay. Do you hear me? Yes. It tried to cut me. I was saying something which is not maybe agreed. But I think we are in a place where we actually will be getting that extreme growth in the coming year. And the reason is that people are looking at this lifestyle we are living. It's very natural compared to some of the other countries. We are very close to the nature. And of course, all the services we are experiencing here, education-wise and so forth, are actually bringing more and more interest towards Finland. I think Lofoten is a very interesting example, what Chris was just explaining. I visited Lofoten a couple of years ago in July. That was, can I say, even horrific even, when I understood that those beautiful islands are overpacked already. That actually brings tourists not to come there anymore, because even the experience is getting too much. So we are in a situation where more and more tourists are coming here. And we are in a situation where actually we want to bring them more here. I think it's quite a paradox what we are also looking at. So Finnair has decided to start contributing more than logistically to the Nordic incoming traveling. We don't want to be only selling the seats and logistics, but we also want to start building, let's say, service platform for small-scale tourism, small companies here in the north, to actually sell their experiences for the FIT travelers around the world. We want to create and launch an inspirational world-class digital service and website to buy and get inspired about you. It's quite a brave and bold statement from the airline. And even in this business, we are very strongly looking at sustainability. This is what we are doing now with my team. But what is the future of traveling? It's very much FIT based. Like I said already, this is only Finnish Lapland, where I know that it's 80% of tour operator business, how the tourists come here, and it's totally okay. I have nothing against it. But when you look at the future, the travelers are coming as FITs. Do we have the right products and the channels for them? I think this is a good question. What we also know that they are very digital, so online is the place to buy. Online is the place to find inspiration. It's the place to look for you. I'm sure that you are very competent all with when it comes to digitalization and being part of the international sales channels. but most of us are not. I know it because I've been working with the companies in Lapland in my previous positions. And because we are not there in those digital channels, we don't have our own websites, we don't exist for those people who are exactly looking for you. So online will be probably, could we say 80% in a few years' time of the book as a booking and inspiration channels. Very strong growth in Asian tourism. That we know, and you all know who are Finns, that Finnair has a very strong strategy for the Asia. It's not only us who are bringing the tourists here, but basically when we look at the volumes of people going and searching for new experiences, that's where we get the masses and flows. Now it's a question of how do they come and what do they actually do. Do they come as 500 people groups going on the one spot at a time for one day and then leaving? Or do they actually come here as a small groups or as a group of friends or as a couple to look for Sweden, Finland, Norway, going around the area on the land transportation? I think there is a big difference. And if we can contribute to that, we want to do that. We know that experiences is the future. It's not the material. Bling bling, we are still in the bling bling a little bit, but the future customers are not. They are looking for authenticity. And actually, we believe that these trends are something which are making us all even more and more popular. And that's why the sustainability discussion just before our presentation was perfect, because I think it makes you, it forces us all to think. We believe in Finnair. I also visit Finland and all the Nordic visitor organizations that the tourism growth will probably stabilize a little bit. We won't be plus 20% in Finland this year anymore. But the growth will be 5 to 10% in the coming years. And it is above the global average. So it is happening already, and I think we need to prepare for that. So the future traveler, who are the ones who are looking for these destinations? We call them Generation Z, and we are not the only ones. It is that fully digitalized customer group who will actually revolutionize the travel. Why do they revolutionize it? It's because they've been living in their mobile phones. You know what I mean with that. And they are more aware, because they are in their mobile world, more aware of what is going on in the world, and more interested in making about, for example, sustainable and responsible tourism to make their decisions where to go. It is social media, which is the top inspirational channel for them. We can't change that. That's actually a trend, and that's a mega trend, what's happening. So when we have been preparing our new service, we've been looking at this target group. They are not here yet. I think those who've met me a few times already know that I explained that I was Beijing a few weeks back to understand what's going on in the Chinese market, and I was living in the area called Sanlitun, which is a trendy area. And I was amazed because I didn't know that Chinese have that type of travelers, because actually we have very different group going around in Lapland at the moment. It's a little bit more unexperienced going on the groups. They are not here yet. So this is the future, and this is the future we will be traveling. For airline, this is of course not a good story, because airline ticket is not the thing they want to actually invest in. They don't commit to airline brands. They are looking for what is the cheapest and easiest transportation for the destination. They would actually use any other means of travel to get here in the Nordics, but as we know, we are in the middle of nowhere, so it's very difficult to get here. That's just a fact of geography. But that's where they sneeze, and where they want to spend their money is something you all actually are selling them and giving them, and make sure you do it well in a responsible way. So this group of people, they are just looking for unique, authentic, off the beaten track adventures. Let's call it adventurous products. It's something we live every day. It's something they believe it brings them happiness, and we know that's the truth. Everything needs to be digital, but when they are here, they want to be close to you, because they want to suck in all the good, let's say, spirit and happiness we have. and it's a positive thing. They want to meet local people, they want to do everyday things with you when they come and visit you. Like I said already, they will revolutionize traveling. It is totally different generation who is here in future years. And in many parts we need to prepare for that and make sure that we guard and safeguard our, let's say, future as a destination here in the Arctic Nordic. Airbnb is something we are looking at quite closely. Even before I started working in Finnair with this project, but I've been many years because I've been using Airbnb as my means of accommodation when I've been traveling around the world. Brian Chesky, who's the CEO, he believes that now we are in that kind of a period of transformation where they experience economy and actually learning from the other people. That's the future. And you already see that Airbnb is pushing more experiences than accommodation. So their logic is already changed a little bit. And I think the experience is something, it's not about destination, it is about the experience they come and look for in this area. And I think it's great because you own the experiences. So you will have a great future in your company when you do things right and make sure that you have your responsibility strategy, you have your customer strategy in the right place, and you are in the digital channels. He's a guy who you should follow, and us also in the future, hopefully. He doesn't have airline, but we do, by the way. This was supposed to be a joke. So I think it's interesting to see when he is already talking about people economy in travel. So what is the people economy? I think it's a very interesting platform to see what can be done in the future. But Jeroen, I think you have some ideas about the experiences, so maybe I transfer this to you.
So where is it that we're going to position this new digital platform, this new concept? If you look on this screen and you first look from left to right, you see companies that are having a local expertise and know about the authenticity. And on the right-hand side, you see global reach and inventory. And I want to say a bit back here about my background. I know what it is to run a little hotel far away from everything. And I've got to understand that reachability is important, that you have quality products, that you can offer a package, and the digitalization, of course, because you can have the most beautiful product somewhere in the forest, but if you're not able to bring it to the customer, then, well, it's going to be a lonely business. I want to come and visit you and get to understand your product. I'm really spending a lot of time to talk in detail with the people. Some of you I have already visited, and I'm really putting a lot of time in this. And not just like 10 minutes and then I'm gone again. No, I think it's really important to understand your product. And on the right-hand side, you see, from top to bottom, you see a complete digital travel offering, meaning that the three components are there: the transportation, the accommodation, and the experience. While on the bottom half, you see focused partial offerings. So with that in the background, you can position, I think, some of these companies that you probably work with, like Booking.com, but you see them moving upwards. TripAdvisor, you see them moving upwards. But we think, I mean, it's my ambition to really know you, and that's why we want to be in this corner. This is where we want to be. There's where we believe is a gap, and we want to do that way before and in another way than Airbnb is doing it. So how do we do this? Well, it's going to be a lot of work, but that's good because first we need to get totally digitalized, and not digitalized but automated. Because an email is digital, but that's not what we're going to do. I think before I started, Kristiina and Kim, they didn't start a business plan to employ 200 people in a call center. I don't think that we're going to do that. We are 5, maybe we could end up being 10 at some point, but we're not going to start another call center where you can call and email. No, we want this to be automated. And that means that you as a company need to have a system in place that can talk to our system. API is a very important abbreviation here. I don't even know what it means, but I know what it does. It translates the language that your system talks towards the language that our system talks. Launch a platform that makes it easy and inspirational to find ethical, hand-picked destinations and experiences. That's you. So we want to sell your small, specific products that you have out there. Second, we need to work together to co-create and build together a truly unique online concept store for authentic experiences. I usually explain this by saying that when we are 5 people, there is one guy there, he's called Teemu, and he's a data analyst, and he's a nerd. When we have a day off, usually it's a Sunday. No. Well, now for me it is. I'm happy to have my Sunday again because I can be on the sofa, watch Instagram and be annoyed by XXL Sports Company. And how do they know that I want this pair of shoes? Because yeah, that's now what I need. So Teemu is the guy. He knows. He knows that you are clicking this. So, and that is what we want to come with to you. With this intelligence, I want to have a meeting with the ones that we're going to work with and said, hey, we see that this Japanese couple living in Tokyo is really looking for blueberry picking. And they want to do it in the morning at 9 o'clock because then they are fresh. Can we co-create a product that works because we know that the customers are looking for that? I think that is where the real intelligence comes from. And when running Stilleben in Sweden, I didn't have the time for that. I did not have the time to spend hours and hours to build that intelligence for my little company. So I would opt in for this. And we must package it all in a fresh way. And there comes in my other colleague, Katri. You know, she worked for this design company in Helsinki, and she can, I mean, for her, this is not just a glass. She tells a story about this, and all of a sudden it's worth a lot of money. Yeah, we need, of course, to focus a bit, but I see now that we already have 7 themes. The themes are, of course, at the moment focused a bit on Finland, but this is not where we're going to stop. We have to start somewhere. We have a pilot ongoing. I'll talk about this later, what our time frame is, but we have 7 themes that we want to start off with now. Nordic, urban, design, and city life. Because the cities in Scandinavia and the Nordics are not the same as they are in other places in the world. Live like a local. Fundamentals of Nordic lifestyle. You know what? I moved to Sweden or to the Nordics because I wanted to live here. This is what you want to do. Some point you think like, oh, this is the lifestyle I feel addicted to. And there's lots of people out there, maybe they don't all want to move here, but they're not all that crazy as Arne and me. Well-being and nature, health from the wilderness. Yeah, I can imagine that the blueberry picking is in there. Sweat and adrenaline. I had never been in a sauna or a bastu before I came to Scandinavia because I didn't really understand why sweat. Short and sweet stopover in Helsinki, up to 5 days of happiness, and I guess, Kristiina, it will be very quickly also to the other,
Yes, other parts.
New Nordic Premium.
That's not bling. It's
What?
a silence.
Silence, yeah. Do you know how many people suffer from stress because of noise around them all the time? And how easy it is here to find the silence while nobody owns that product? Who owns silence? How do you sell silence? You don't go to a shop and buy a box of silence, is it? Arctic flavors taste of the north. I hope you feel that your products are related to one of these 7 themes. A bit of a time frame. As you can see, there is a focus today. We have 2 months to get our pilot launched. The pilot, you can say like this, I'm working for a company now that invests quite a lot of time and money in doing this. And when you design a new iPhone, you usually don't just design it and then throw it on the market and hope that it gets sold. You do some testing, and that's why we do a pilot. And the pilot is therefore in Helsinki. No, it's not therefore in Helsinki. But you need to test somewhere, and we're doing it in this area in the south of Finland and in Finnish Lapland. It's a bit obvious, right, if you work for Finnair, that you start there where it's a bit easier. This launch will be in the middle of January. And then some of us, I guess, will travel to Hong Kong, Singapore, China, and really talk to people there like, hey, if you swipe here, would you be able to find your thing here? Can you book it? What do you think of the feedback you get, and so on. But I think it was 1 week ago, I was in Ivalo meeting people from Kirkenes, and they tell me, yeah, but you know, our closest airport is Ivalo. It's easier to travel from Ivalo to Kirkenes than it is to fly with, I think it's SAS or Widerøe, to Kirkenes, because you have to spend the night in Oslo. So they want to be part of this, and then you can't say, So this cross-bordering, I mean, maybe today is part of the fact that we want to show that this is not going to end here, this is the pilot. And there you can see that we are already planning all the way up to, well, beyond this map, 2021. Yeah, digitalization, automation. This is a slide where you kind of, I can tell it like this, you need to have your products online and you need to have them automated. That means you need to think about how you do your products, which systems you use. Think about your systems and just don't go for the sales story of this system seller, but go for a tool that you can see in the long run growing towards resellers. Build competence and decide on what competence you want there. Of course, everybody wants to do everything, but like I told you guys, or ladies and everyone here in the room, it's just not possible to know everything. I didn't have the time for it. I'm not sure how big your companies are, but if you are a 5-man show, you usually don't have the time to build all this intelligence about all parts of this. And then cooperation. Also think about if you have a tool that is able to that is possible to connect it with a reseller. Are you also able to locally cooperate within that system? Yeah, I think I will come and visit you soon to talk about our solution more in detail, and then we'll see how much we can help you with this.
Are you still following? Not too much breathing, as you noticed, but it's 30 minutes and we would talk about it like the full week, as you know. But Finnair is, like Jeroen said, investing for the new business, and the business is called Destination Nordics. It is a new digital platform for the global FIT travelers. And the pilot will go out in the beginning of the year, which means that we have the business website open here in global website here in the Nordics, and like Teemu and Katri and the rest of our team are operating that. It will be fully dynamically packaged, personalized booking engine where our customers or your customers can actually pick and choose what they want to do. We do believe in curating. Curating means telling the story, and telling the story in a way that it reflects for that target group who we are looking at. FIT, a little bit more adventurous, very aware of the world, and we want to tell a story. It will be unique experience-driven marketplace. It won't be Finnair holidays or Finnair experiences, because we don't believe that airline is the right brand for actually something totally, let's say, something new. Like I said, it's very good to have the airline backing this up, because I think there are a lot of new product developments also in the Nordic area from our side. There's something called the Nordic Air Pass, where we have been actually cooperating with Widerøe, Icelandair, and so forth to actually offer the segment-based air pass in the north. That will be on sale soon as well. So of course it's good to have the airline, but we are not forcing people to buy airline tickets with our service. They can actually just come here however they want. We want to have the trains and the buses and the other means of transportation on the service as well. It's not easy, as we know how difficult it is to go around in the Nordics, in the Arctic area. But our message is that we need that part together as well. We believe in that we need to create a meaningful new service for this area. Like I said, and Jeroen said, we are a very small commercial team. We are five people, but luckily we have some, let's say, backbone from the Finnair. So we have like 30 people working at the moment with the project, so that we get the platform running. Some of you might know Visit Group. We have chosen them to be our partner for supplying the technology on the back end, and also because they are hungry and small enough for a startup like we. There are hundreds of different systems in the world. Some are too big for us, some are not flexible enough, and we want to go with the Nordic one because it's local. Our business is here local. But we believe that we need to really work with the let's say, interesting story, and that's why we are building our own front, which tells the brand. Bokun is something you all know, or most of you know. Bokun has a full integration to our system, so that all of you who are in Bokun, when Jeroen goes and searches for your experiences, we are able to kind of use that inventory directly from Bokun. Bokun seems to be a very good in Iceland. I think we will work that out in this area as well. The distribution, yes, it's Finnair, it's an airline, it's a big airline, but globally it's not. We don't have hundreds of millions of euros for the marketing money, but it still helps us a lot. So when we go for distributing, we are looking at the local partnerships also per country. So on the pilot phase, we will be in Hong Kong and Singapore testing actually our product offering with the local partners who know how that market works for that target group. No answers to all the questions yet, but I think it's a great project because it has a lot of future thinking. We know we won't break the records of sales next year, but I hope that we are given the time for some time to do something new. I have a little film which is a demo about the feeling of the concept, and it was made first for the internal purposes because we are actually doing the same selling internally. It's quite difficult to work with it, well, not difficult, but to make people understand the logistics is different. We are not selling airline seats, we are selling sustainable local authentic experiences with Nordics. So we have been using this as a kind of, get the inspiration through to our colleagues in the hot building. So here you go. I hope you like it.
Do you want palms and tropical beaches? We don't have them. Busy and bustling megacities? Monumental wonders? Sorry. What we have is silence. Bad weather, some very strange habits, in the middle of nowhere. So, how come we have the happiest people on the planet? Nordic happiness is a perfect combo of weirdness and well-being, an experience of being one, with nature, with others, with time. It's about getting lost and finding yourself. Being right here, right now. Now Here offers custom-made experiences in Northern Europe that take you not just further, but also deeper. Because sometimes you have to travel to nowhere, to be now here. Go get lost at nowhere.com.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Really inspiring as well. And I'm happy now to introduce our next speaker, Evgenia Egorova. She's a rising star within digitalization of the tourism business. Evgenia has, for the last year, been working as a change manager at Northern Norway Tourist Board, but she's about to join the new digital team at Visit Norway. In 2003, she moved to Norway, where she got her second master's in tourism and hospitality, and Evgenia has worked at hotels, a museum, and a tour operator office in Paris. Since 2010, She's been with the Norway Tourist Board, working mainly with social media. So welcome, Evgenia, and you will tell us a little bit more about the 5 recipes that can help boost your digital communication. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Yes, okay. Ta-da! 5 recipes that are going to help you to boost your digital communication and a little bit of banter. But a lot has been mentioned about me. I'm originally from Russia, and I've been living in Norway for 15 years, and I spent about 8,000 hours working with digital, so almost an expert. It takes 10,000 hours, I think. And yeah, I'm on my way, in transition to visit Norway. So, digital communication? Well, it's actually not digital communication, it's communication. Because it's still humans who are using digital devices. So it's more about how we can actually communicate to humans via digital platforms, because this is where they are. And if you think about when you Google, it's not like you sit in front of your computer and Google is saying, come here, this is the thing you have to see. No, 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 no. You are actually typing in what you are interested in, what is relevant for you. So when we're talking about digital communication, we're talking about how we can access this human Google. How can we be relevant, and how we have to anticipate what is relevant for people out there. Because traditional marketing was like, come, 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 this is what I have, everybody should be interested in what I have. No, 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 no. People are not interested in what you're having. People are interested in what is interesting for them. So you have to be relevant. And that's the first recipe, relevance. Can anybody guess whose Instagram is this? Looks like a photographer, might be a travel agency, like lifestyle magazine. It's Apple. They never post a picture about their products. They post what is relevant for the users of their product. Pictures that are taken by the users of their product, shot on iPhone. When they talk about themselves, they're not talking about themselves. Less me, more you. You have to be relevant to your customers. And they're using all the pictures coming from the, all the iPhone users all over the world. And they're just hoping that they're going to use hashtag shot on iPhone. Less me, more you. This is how they make it relevant for people to follow their Instagram. Because you know that they're going to use it, they communicate with the community instantly. What about this one? Looks like a lifestyle magazine, maybe interior design, travel agency. Slippers. Slippers. They have like 100,000 followers on Instagram. A pair of slippers. They have, now they have several products, but originally they only had one product. And imagine how boring their Instagram would be if it only would be, here are our slippers, and our slippers again, woohoo, slippers. It's like, they're talking about what is relevant for people buying their slippers. And it's Nordic design, and it's slippers reinvented. So they're talking about architecture, Kinfolk magazine, new style, new Nordic style, where you can travel to find silence, because slippers, you know, this relaxed happiness is connected to the Nordic lifestyle and Nordic values. So, relevance. And how can it be relevant? Some tricks. When we posted this picture about how to walk on ice, it's like we wrote, the secret knowledge of ice walking, we learned it from the penguins and we share it with you. We posted this on our Facebook and it exploded. People were actually commenting, and they're commenting, tagging their friends, saying, oh, when you go to Finland, remember this. When you go to Sweden, remember this. It was coming from us, but it was relevant for many people who are coming to the Nordic countries. And it was something about how they can make their experience better when they come to the Arctic. So posts that post something that is relevant, posts that can help them to pack, other things that they can experience in the area, or what kind of people they are going to meet. It has to be relevant. You don't have to concentrate on only like me, this is my product. Tell them about the other things that are relevant for their experience in the area. And of course, post their pictures and their stories. Make it about them. Because they're actually sharing a lot of their pictures and their stories. Just take it further. Then you again make it more relevant for them. And of course, ask questions. This is something that like people love to answer questions, especially when you make this question, again, relevant to them. When we were posting these pictures with a picture with the cloudberry, we were not saying, delicious cloudberries, come, and you can taste them. No. We asked, what is the name of this berry in your language? Make it about them, make it relevant to them. When we were posting a snowman, what do you call it in your language? And of course people were like answering, we don't have snowman, this is why we want to come to you. And for cloudberries we get answers even in Thai language. They were like sharing it in Arabic, Thai, Swahili. Maybe they were like just imagining or innovating those names for cloudberry, but they were engaging because it was something about them. And of course, when you ask questions, when you post that something is relevant, it's time to get personal. How many of you bought something in a store, then you are in a club, and then you got those SMSs? Sale tomorrow. Sale who? I delivered my phone number with my name to be in your famous club, and you don't even say, hello, Evgenia. It's this annual sale in our store. And this is annoying because today we share so much information, so we expect that it's going to be personal. That when you get an email, it's going to be hello, If you register, when you come to the hotel, it's going to be personal because the hotel knows so much about you before you're actually coming, and then it's like, and your name was, you only have 10 rooms, I'm the 10th arriving tonight, my name is, so it's so easy to get personal. And just to post something is not enough anymore, because you have to respond if there are comments coming, people are communicating with you, you have to be there to monitor the discussion and to see if they're sharing something with you. Because, why does this matter? Well, there are about each and single of you are actually getting 5,000 marketing messages every day. And when we say marketing messages, that means you see a logo, you see an advert on the TV, in Facebook feed, and so on and so forth. 5,000 different marketing messages, and the attention span, the ability actually to hold attention, is 5 seconds. Golden fish can do it for 9 seconds. So when we are marketing, we are actually marketing to goldfishes. So that's why it's important to get personal, to be relevant, so that they can interact with you. And it's important to show that you care. Because we in travel industry, we compete about their attention with huge brands who have millions of dollars in their marketing budgets, Coca-Cola, BMW, and so on. And if that client actually stopped at your page and shared their pictures or commented, they're priceless. You should thank them for that. So once you ask a question, remember to follow up. Brad Pitt, especially for Katja there. Once you posted a picture, remember to answer all the comments. Because again, they are priceless, those clients who actually communicate with you on digital platforms when they have a chance to communicate with all the other big brands. Once they shared something with you, remember to thank them. And once they wrote a review, remember to answer all reviews, but that's, I suppose you know by now that you have to actually answer all the reviews, not only negative ones, but also positive ones. And you are relevant, you are getting personal with your clients, but sometimes you're like, okay, where do I find this relevant and personal stuff? I cannot produce all the content myself. Meet the roles. Before, we were saying that cash is king. Yeah, once you have a lot of cash, you can just bombard the whole audience with all your messages and marketing and so on. But then finally, content. You have to have the relevant content to your customers. Then content became king. Then it was like, content is king, yes, but context Because if it's right content in the wrong context, content king, context queen. Good. But now, community. Community is the king and the queen and the mother queen and so on and so on. Community. And by community, it's not only guests who are coming to you, but all the others. It was mentioned earlier about the co-option, not competition. You have to activate the whole community. Because what you produce somewhere here, and then there is a huge universe about with the content and all the pictures and videos and stories created by others. What we do in Northern Norway Tourist Board, we activate the universe, the community, meaning both using pictures from the people who are actually coming to experience Northern Norway. 99% of the pictures that we post on Instagram, for instance, are coming from the community. They're not coming from us, they're coming from the community, because people share, and they share and share and share. It comes from the businesses, the local suppliers, from the destinations, and of course from the locals who are living in Northern Norway. And it's really important to activate the locals, because they are there every day, and they know where to take the best pictures, and they share their secret experiences, and of course the guests who are coming. So activate the community, the whole community. And to activate the community, like to build this inspiration universe, try to post other things that they can experience. Try to share from your partners, from the same businesses in the area. Do not think about only like, okay, today I'm going to post a picture from my hotel, tomorrow from the husky farm, that also belongs to my hotel, and so on and so forth. Try to think about what is relevant about the area. Beautiful landscapes, local cafes, and so on. Because this is how you build this experience, so the whole picture of what they can actually do. And work on cross-publishing. Facebook has a cross-publishing option, so work on it, or work with your local tourist boards so that they can share your content easily, and vice versa. And since we're here, use hashtag Visit Arctic Europe, because then you can actually follow the hashtag Visit Arctic Europe, monitor what is being posted, and if it's relevant, maybe you can also repost it on your social media to build this experience for the guests coming to Arctic Europe. So use it, follow it, and encourage, of course, your guests to use it. Like this, we are spreading the word, we are building this community together. Spice it up. That's the thought. Spice it up. That was an age marker there. We all know about Spice Girls. Good. This is how old we are. No, I'm talking about emotions. Maybe many of you have seen this one, Vilnius. That's a campaign, that's a true thing. It's a campaign run by Vilnius Tourism Board, the G-spot of Europe. Nobody knows where it is, but when you find it, it's amazing. Emotions, humor. We are in entertainment business, let's face it, because when people coming to us, they're coming on vacation. They want to be entertained, they want to relax, and humor is the best, one of the best emotions that you actually can build on social media. Like what we do on our, of course, you have to find a balance. You have to find a balance, but we do it pretty often on our Instagram, especially. Sometimes the pictures coming from the users already with a nice text, like the Siberian Husky Jack, or we have to find a new, like a good sentence to illustrate. And of course, people, when they see it, they suddenly realize that they are not communicating with a brand. There are real people behind it. And once you laugh, once something makes you laugh, you want to share, you want to tag your friends, you want to follow the brands that are more relaxed in their communication and not so stiff, although, of course, it has to be a good balance there. And find your panda. Okay, why I'm calling it panda? Because, come on, pandas are cute. And every time there is a picture with panda, you just admit it. When you scroll, it's like, oh, that's a panda. I'm not going to ask who of you are not fond of pandas, because everybody's fond of panda, that's my statement. And by saying find your panda, every business has that exact picture or that exact product that everybody's fond of. That's your best seller if you want. And again, it's relevant because we know that, like for Northern Norway, it's the Northern Lights. Every time we post something with the Northern Lights, people go bananas. It's like sharing and tagging and so on. Of course, we cannot only post Northern Lights because we have so much more, but we know that this is our panda. We are working on finding more pandas. Orcas, killer whales, they're becoming our new panda, the panda of the sea. But still, the Northern Lights is the thing. And when we posted this collage, is actually taken from Instagram feed. It's exploded on our Facebook because this is what people want, and we monitor and we see, okay, this is the good response of every. And when people want it, okay, you have to give it to them. But again, with moderation. So it's not only about the Northern Lights, but we know that this is our panda. So we got a pretty good response on posting that one, and every time we do it, but that was one of the big hits this year. And bonus. It's been actually mentioned several times, be bold, be bold, be bold. So be bold and curious. I'm not meaning Vin Diesel. I'm meaning, that's a bonus, because we talked about 5 recipes and a bonus. Every time, social media, Facebook or Instagram, when they're coming with a new feature, like now Instagram has a TV channel, like a possibility for you to have a TV channel almost. So every time they introduce a new feature, just imagine, they're actually investing huge sums of money into that. So use it. Be the first one to use it, because when you do it, you're automatically pushed by the social media. Your content is pushed by the social media so that more people can see it, and you don't have to pay for it. It's going to be organic. So use it. I really urge you, because there are so many great new features, but very often it's people who are starting to use it, and the brands are like, after a year, okay, now we are on this Instagram TV. It's like, too late, we already used it, because customers, they expect that you're going to do it relevant, personal. So use it. Explore all the new options that the social media are rolling out. So 5 tips and a bonus. Be relevant, be personal, activate the community and the whole community, not only your guests, but also all the partners in the region and also the locals. The locals are actually, they're giving so much to our social media with their pictures and videos, and they love that we share it. Spice it up with emotions. Find your panda, or it can be a koala if you're more fond of koalas. And of course, be always curious for more, be bold, and explore more. And since you're here, I urge you, probably noticed already that this hashtag was used on some of the slides. When we are going out to walk on the beach, and it's literally going to be walk on the beach, please, or during the lunch, or so on and so forth, please use this hashtag. Hashtag we are VIA, we are Visit Arctic Europe. We're going to have a feed during the dinner. So all the pictures, but your Instagram account has to be open then, so that your pictures can also be a part of our great feed tonight. So be creative when we are walking on the beach and so on. And this is what I had for you today. And I'm here so you can ask me questions both today and tomorrow. Kiitos, thank you.
Many, many thanks. That was really fun to watch and hear too.
Thank you.
And I love pandas. So, my dear, we are soon about to start with lunch, and right after we finish lunch, we are, as Evgenia told us, going to have a walk on the beach. And remember to use the hashtag to make a lot of photos, and use your camera to fill up the hashtag. And before we take the walk, we'll gather up in the lobby, and we start to walk at 13:30. And Katja will take you on the lead, and she will make sure that we all are back at 1400 when we go on after lunch again. So we are now going, and after the walk, you can also use the wardrobe over here to put your clothes. That is all fine. And lunchtime, eat your greens. Norway Tourist Board is now in the process of restructuring due to global changes. He says, the world is changing and we have to adjust accordingly in order to be relevant for our stakeholders and in order to meet demands and expectations of the future travelers. Now he will collaborate in this statement. Welcome, Trond.
Thank you. Thank you. Do you hear me? No? But I've been in the army, so I can speak loud. I don't think it worked. No, it worked. Very good. Okay, so that was me. Okay. Sorry, Norwegians, you have seen some of these pictures before. But I don't think all of you has seen the pictures I'm going to use. What do we do when all winds are changing? I think we have got quite many inputs before lunch that something is changing. We can't direct the wind, but we can adjust the sails. Chris talked about the paradigm shift going on. And now I will switch to my marketing glasses, because I will see this, hopefully, with a marketing perspective. Have you seen this one before? We have entered the age of the customer, which means that empowered buyers demand a new level of customer obsession. I was quite surprised when I saw this one. Not the fact that we have entered the age of the customer, but the transformation started as early as around 2010. And tourism has changed a lot these last years, and tourism is still changing. We are talking about the end of tourism as we know it. Tourists doesn't want to be seen as tourists any longer. They want to be seen as temporary locals. Customer, they want new experiences. And these new experiences, they are often distributed and to some extent also created by new partners, new companies, perhaps Finnair, or examples like Airbnb. This could be an experience where some customers want to join local Norwegians celebrating the National Day, the 17th of May. Digitalization and mobile technology open up new markets for us. It also totally changed the cost picture related to marketing. This is me, 4:30 this morning. I have shaved. That was a joke. You and I, we are overloaded with marketing messages. I don't care about campaigns. I don't care when I see the ad on the SAS flight from Stockholm to Luleå. We stop listening to us as marketeers. We start to listen to each other. And you and I, as consumers, we are the new marketeers. How will that affect us? Customers, they are more active, they want to participate, and they want to do it all year round. And you and I, we only focus at what is relevant for us. Only what is relevant for us. Here, exemplified with a picture from with a person representing the millennial generation. You've probably heard this. I want what I want, when I want it, where I want it. And all this means that we have to customize both deliveries and market communication to a level we have never been close to before. That will be the future. The future traveler will also sail the globe. And meaningful experiences will be taken to an even higher level. And I think that this short movie points in that direction. Do you know something? It's more sustainable not to have the sound. No. Our industry is driven by two main global drivers. The first one is the focus on individualization. The second one is the focus on digitalization. And we have made 5 bullet points where we have tried to explain how this inflect or complicate the picture for our industry. I will not go into all these because they are in a way covered with the speakers before lunch. But I want to highlight one of them, which says that experiences are individual, and because of that, in-depth customer insight will be a very important competitive factor. That one is a big challenge for us, I believe. As far as I can see, it's only the big tourism companies who really dig into that one. But if we are going to succeed in the future, all of us need to dig into more knowledge related to in-depth customer insight. I think actually that this one is also covered from some of the speakers earlier today. But I want you to focus on this one. What you want to experience. I think you used the same angle from Finnair. What you want to experience and share is more important than where you go. Where you go is just a consequence. Okay, with all this destination marketing we've worked with, destination campaigns, that mess up the total picture. But I believe this is the future. So the really big change as we see it is to move from a product focus to a customer focus in both communication and delivery. Now, probably quite many of you will state that, Trond, we are already there. We put the customer first, always. I'm not sure. When I worked in a company called Spitsbergen Travel, today Hurtigruten Svalbard, we were quite successful. We earned money. But we also had some big launches, new products, and we didn't succeed. And today I can see that we cared about ourselves, what we wanted to do, not what the customer need was. So to meet the future, we believe that we need to care about or to connect the product development, the communication, the customer needs, the motivation the customer has, etc., etc., etc. Do we need to change working methods? Do we need to change mindset? Yes, I think we have to do that. And we need to develop new tools to meet the future. And it's time for new methods. This is how we normally have worked, and I believe to some extent still we work in this way. UK is an important market. We want people from the London region. Should be probably people from the silver generation. Wealthy, because then we probably earn more money also. Normally quite many of them are self-employed, they travel around the world, probably like dogs, fast cars, good wives, they have grown up children, they have been married, they are probably divorced, and they have married again. And then you get these two. And of course, when we see these two pictures, I think we all agree that we would not promote the same experiences in the same channels with the same marketing message to Prince of Wales and Prince of Darkness. It's obvious that this is the way we have done it, and to a large extent, this is the way we do it. In traditional segmentation methods, these are socio-demographic twins. If we start and look into the customer needs, we also get different results. This is an example from the Varanger Peninsula, where Vadsø Fjord Hotel now is the birders' base camp. It's a base camp for activities. And like that, they are much more relevant for their customers. They also get totally different feedback on, for example, TripAdvisor. Tour operators also adapt. This picture is from a global tour operator called G Adventures. They have their headquarters in Canada. They operate with travel styles. Of course, Trond 55, I'm not only in one of these travel styles. It's depending on what I want to do. But right now, I should really like to do some active things. And if I enter their page, I meet Mark. And you know something? Mark and I, we are lookalikes. The difference is that Mark is 55. No, sorry, that was wrong. I'm 55. Mark is probably 26 or something. But we like the same type of experiences, etc. And I dig into this page and I see what Mark likes to do. And Mark likes hiking. I also like hiking. Okay, I read more about the hiking and see that, oh shit, I would really like to go to Patagonia. And do you know something, Trond? These are the 3 products you should choose from. It's the conclusion. The product is the conclusion. And do you know what I would prefer? This one. hike Patagonia in depth. So, which way do we choose to go? How do we maneuver when we will work with marketing in the future? Taking into consideration all the ongoing changes, the paradigm shift related to marketing. Most of all, what this is really about is that you and I, we are changing. We are changing. I read one article, was it last week? Evgenia also touched into that topic in her presentation. And that was all, it was actually posted by Facebook themselves. It said that in the future, I will not care about my Facebook feed. Shit, what's going on? I copy my children. They are never looking into Facebook. But in the future, the feed will not be important. Okay, in some way it will be important. But the message is that you and I will move into communities. And how can we then find the customers? We can do this in different ways. So what we thought we should do now is that I can tell how we have worked and our, call it, model in northern part of Norway. Then Johanna will tell how we were thinking in Swedish Lapland. And, sorry, I don't remember your name. Katariina from House of Lapland will tell how you're thinking in Finnish Lapland. In northern part of Norway, destination companies, clusters, Northern Norway Tourist Boards, and we have tried to loop in as many people as possible. We have created what we call a strategic compass to meet the future. A compass to connect communication and deliveries, to focus on motivations and reason to go first instead of demographics, which gives us a similar language, helps us to cooperate, which tell us which customers we should prioritize, which is a tool that helps us to have the right focus when we work with sustainable development. It's simply a compass and tool to create a competitive advantage to meet the future based on the ongoing changes. Our compass don't have directions such as west, north, east and south, but rather people motivations. We have tried to identify the motivations, understanding the real reason to go, and identifying the opposites. These 4 directions, as you see here, represent the deep drivers of motivation and the emotional needs that lie behind. At the same time, these are common and applies to most people. The first target group is the green target group, which we have called togetherness. A bond between people is a strong feeling of friendship, love, or shared beliefs and experiences that unites them. This bond is characterized by emotions such as affection and trust. It's all about getting closer to each other. This is the main motivation for the trip and a very important element. Typically, families, friends, couples, teams, etc., where the main goal is to be together and build new and greater bonds and common memories. This need is important to understand. So don't rush through a to-do list, but make sure It's time for social bonding. The second target group is the blue one, which we have called spectacular nature. It's all about getting closer to nature, recharge, reload, take a time out and get empowered by nature. This can be done in many forms. It can be challenging, give feeling of freedom or nature's greatness. Then we have the red target group, which we have called culture and learning. It's all about getting closer on others. Traditions, history, or modern art. To learn something new. It's about localhood, not to be a tourist, but be part of the community that you visit. Then we have the yellow target group, which we have called wellness or balanced lifestyle. Equanimity and clarity. It's all about getting closer to yourself. This is actually one of the fastest growing segments in the world. Our lives are more and more hectic and stressful. Technology made us always on. This is for those who need to take a time off. Log off to log in. Digital detox, no stress. Take time to recover and get balanced. Find inner peace. A place to breathe where body and soul is in harmony. And then we have the fifth one, the purple one, which is not as driven by motivation as the four others. We have called them attraction seekers, bucket list seekers, iconic north, where you want to see the main attractions, the natural wonders. You want to see classic Arctic Europe, or you want to see Arctic Europe in a nutshell. I was so happy when Finnair also showed what I call a segmentation model, but you call it a product team model. I have to discuss that with you, because we have to move from a product-oriented focus to a customer-oriented focus. We will work more with target groups in the workshop. So now, Johanna, you will give some input how you see this in Sweden. Actually, not in Sweden, in Swedish Lapland, sorry.
Well, in Sweden as well, actually, because our segmentation is based on Visit Sweden, so.
Okay, thank you.
So we will now listen to Johanna. Johanna is head of marketing for Swedish Lapland Visitors Board. She has an education within PR, communication, marketing, and before joining Swedish Lapland, she was responsible for digital communication at Icehotel. She has been appointed as one of Sweden's most creative digital persons by the magazine Internet World. So please, Johanna, tell us about
how we do it in Swedish Lapland. Oh, sorry, my computer, I need pusslapp. It is almost as small as a note, so my cheating notes. Well, what we have done in Swedish Lapland is quite similar actually to what you guys in Northern Norway has done, but we have used a combination of facts and sure instinct, as our budget and time was a bit more limited than you guys. And we needed to get fast on track when we started to work with within our big project some 3 years ago. And thanks to Visit Sweden and their work with segmentation, they have done a lot of interviews and studied based on a large number of interviews with the global traveler. And they did some analysis of the material, and they discovered 4 clear traveler segments based on what drove their traveling. No socio-demographics, but what are the key drivers? for me when I go out traveling. And that is, those 4 segments are the curious traveler, the active nature lover, the Epicurean traveler, and the party adrenaline seeker. And now this was for Sweden as a country, as a whole. And you know that we in Swedish Lapland like to think of ourselves as a bit special, a bit unique, if you could say. And so we started what Visit Sweden had done, and we put our Swedish Lapland filter over the segmentation. And we quickly realized that one of the segments, that only 3 of the segments were of interest for us. One of the segments had to go. It was quite small, and we didn't have products. I know, Trond, that we shouldn't talk about products anymore, but one of them we didn't have products that could fulfill their needs. So we kicked one out, and we are actually having one of the other guys also hanging loose at the moment. But we focused on the curious traveler and the active nature lover, the 2 on top here. And what we did then was that we created some sort of personas based on Visit Sweden segmentation and our Swedish Lapland filter. By coincidence, one of them is called Johanna. The lady in the left top there. And the other one we named Rudy. And he's exemplified by our content manager Håkan, who is enjoying life in the bathtub. And on the bottom left here, you find Elton. So those are the 3 segments that we work with in Swedish Lapland. And then we started to think, who are they? Well, Johanna is driven. She likes to discover new things. She likes to learn and experience some sort of, she wants to have some sort of transformation when she's out traveling. But more important, I think, there are 2 other persons in her picture. More important is that those 2 guys learn something when she's out traveling. And she also likes to see and discover new ways of life. She is a heavy internet user during the whole traveler cycle, you know, when we are dreaming and getting inspiration, when she does the booking, when she is at the destination, and finally when she comes home again. She uses internet through the whole cycle. And she likes to feel independent. She likes small-scale accommodation before large resorts, for example. She likes new trends, like clean eating. And environment and climate issue are of importance for her. She's a conscious traveler. She's driven by transformation and learning. Rudy, on the other hand, he has a picture of himself as quite the athlete. And he thinks he's more active than he really is. So adventurous excursions, that is what lures him into booking a trip. But he almost always ends up buying the easy excursion, the easy adventure. The safe adventures, if you could say. And he likes to do a destination properly. He's a returning guest, for example, 2 times, 3 times even. And then he decides, okay, now I'm finished with Swedish Lapland. Now I can go home. I have done it. And he also are doing more and more advanced adventures when he come back to visit us. And you could say that he uses a combination of internet and analog things during his travel cycle. Also when he does the research, when he does the bookings, when he's in the destinations and so on. And he's an active traveler, and he's driven by outdoor adventures. And then we have Elton, who is a typical bucket list traveler, also what you, Trond, talked about. And he's an early adopter, and he's driven by being the first among his friends to experience new things. And we have tested these personas on our companies in Swedish Lapland. And many of you guys here have seen this before. And you have also confirmed in some ways that these are also the type of travelers that we do already have. I think there is, as Trond said, there is more than origin, age, family constellations that defines our travelers and also has an effect on them when it comes to traveling. And this made it so much more easy for us when we started to develop our communication. And I'm going to show you, I'm going to exemplify with one of our top-selling products. Oh, sorry, I have this one. The Northern Lights. How do you communicate Northern Lights to our target groups? Well, when you talk about Johanna, you do it like this. The curious traveler, she's driven by transformation. She wants to learn something. So where does she go, Chad?
Always to the National Park.
Yes, she does. Because there you can learn about the aurora. There you have the learning element already within the product Northern Lights. And Rudy, the active nature lover, well, he's hunting for aurora on a snowmobile. So we communicate the aurora together with an adventure, together with an activity. Go hunting aurora on horseback, on snowmobile, on snowshoes, something active together with the aurora. And Elton, our Epicurean traveler, well, he of course needs a bucket list thing to combine with the aurora. The ice hotel, sleep on ice. So this is how, what we have done is that we have taken all of our products, if you would say so, or reason for traveling, and have tried to translate them for our target groups. Okay, so you want to see the Northern Lights. Well, if you are Johanna, you need to add some transformation, some learning on it. And if you are an active nature lover, well, you need to add some activity into it. And if you are a bucket list travel, well, then you need to have the tree hotel or the ice hotel or some of our other bucket list companies to be added on to the aurora. So this is how we do when we work with our target groups and segments and our message and communication. We try to add the drivers on top of what we want to sell. Does it make sense to you? Do you work like this, guys? Or to some extent, perhaps? And that was actually all for me. So now, let's hear how you guys in Finland do it. I'm very curious. You want to have my mic?
We will now listen to Katariina Imporanta from House of Lapland. Katariina is leading the tourism growth program in House of Lapland, which is Finnish Lapland's official marketing and communication filming location, as well as filming location. She has a background both as a copywriter and designer. Welcome, Katariina.
Thank you. So, hi, I am Katariina, and I have been working in House of Lapland more than a year now. Few words from House of Lapland. It is the Finnish Lapland's official marketing and communications house. We are a publicly owned company, and our mission is to make sure that Finnish Lapland is interesting, not only as a tourism destination, but also as a filming location, as a place to live and a place to do business. We do digital marketing, and that's also our focus on tourism marketing. We don't do any fan trips or go to fairs or so on. In this tourism growth program that I am responsible of, we have a team with 2 content creators and 1 digital marketer and me. So we are not a very big team, but luckily we have good networks and good partners also in Finnish Lapland and also nationally in Finland. So in this tourism growth program we have all the Finnish Lapland's destinations and some of the communes, so together 15 of them, from the biggest to quite small destinations. Also in this program we have Finnair with us, we have Visit Finland, we have Finavia who is responsible for the airports in Finland, and then Metsähallitus, that is regional governmental foresting company who is responsible for land owning to national parks and so on. So that is a very nice combination of organizations and people with passion to work for Finnish Lapland's tourism. As you all might know, we have very strong winter season, but the other seasons are a bit more silent, and of course we would like to have our tourism be the whole year round, so we are focusing on expanding the seasons, and in this tourism growth program our focus is in the summer, because we believe that when we can raise up the summer, then the biggest seasons they can expand from all the ends, and eventually it will be the whole year round destination. Because we are a large area, as you all know, and your areas are large as well. So we have destinations who are very strong in the summer, but mostly it is so that the winter is our main season. What we are working in this program is that we have big marketing campaigns coming on next summer, and before that we needed to find common target groups and also to define our core messages regarding the summer, and we've been on a mission to find our summer traveler, because you know the traditional summer traveler in Finnish Lapland has been the German bus tourist who goes to Nordkap and to the northernmost point of European Union, and they have been sleeping one night in Finnish Lapland. And as you know, this tradition is dying away, literally, even. And also our autumn travelers, they are also a little bit vanishing away, because they are the bit older Finnish people who go to our area to see the beautifully colored trees and nature. So what we have done last year is that all these organizations, we've been having discussions to find our own target group that we all focus on. It is a little bit more traditional than Tromsø, but behind this definition there is all these things you and Johanna said also, so we are not very far from each other. In Finnish Lapland, the tourism industry has been relying and is still heavily on the tour operators, and trade with them. So we are maybe not so good yet with the independent travelers, and they are the ones that are growing in every market all around the world. So we have signs, and we believe that the independent traveler is the one who is our summer traveler. We call them global aspirationals, and the main markets we all, with our national partners, and we are focusing on Germany, UK, France, USA. Asia is growing fast, and there are destinations that are focusing more on the Asian market in Finnish Lapland, but as a whole we see that there is a lot of people in Central Europe who are interested in Finnish Lapland in the summer. If you look at the, I don't know how well you can see the text, I hope you can see that it's not too small written. These people are from age 25 to 35, and the definition is a lot very close to a definition of a traditional millennial definition. They are the ones who seek actively new possibilities and experiences. They are the ones who are ready and willing to invest in personal well-being. So they see experiences more important than possessions, and they are ready to go to adventures and seek for the uniqueness in them. They are not the ones who are like real extreme nature people, maybe not these ATTA people. They are also very welcome, but we see, because we have this infra in Lapland, we want to fill up the hotels, and we want to fill up our infra. So in our mind, these people are those who love the easy accessibility to the nature and experiencing the nature, but at the same time, like sleeping in white sheets. So these are people who are looking for, in addition to adventures, they are also looking for comfortable experiences and well-being experiences. So in the destinations, the activities, they vary from sports, exploring Arctic lifestyle, enjoying the silence of nature, and taking the best out of the well-being that the nature is offering. Another way of telling about these people are pointing out the passion points. So these definitions are actually from Visit Finland's segment study from last year. In whole Finland, the nature explorers are the ones that are chosen to be the first target group. And they also suit Finnish Lapland a lot. In addition to nature explorers, there are nature wonder seekers who are maybe a little bit more extreme. They are the ones who are after those once-in-a-lifetime experiences, having things on their bucket list like Northern Lights, Midnight Sun, and so on. And these nature explorers are a little bit softer ones, those ones that I was just describing. They are motivated by the peace of nature, loading batteries, unique nature experiences and getting time for yourself. We see that this target group is the one that appreciates these things that we have to we can offer in Finnish Lapland. So that's why we want to talk to them. They are interested in natural parks, authentic nature like forests, lakes, northern lights, picking up berries. Also the wellness parts like retreats, sauna. These things come up too. But to spice up that group a little bit more, we see that the summer traveler is also the one who can choose some sportive activities, for example cycling in a forest or national park, but is maybe not the one who is wearing all the spandex gear and going to sleep in a forest without any tent or mosquito net and wants to experience it like all the way authentically, but is still having those features. And they are the ones who are seeking to experience the local lifestyle as well. So they are motivated by having an active holiday in the nature, experience the sceneries, and getting to know the local lifestyle, which can mean local museums, venues like festivals, concerts, local city and rural life experiences. They want to be a little bit adventurous in their mind, but they are not maybe the ones who would go for North Pole. But this is like giving them enough of that feeling and fulfilling it quite deeply. So last summer we tested out these target groups with a not a very big influencer campaign. It was called the Lapland Bucket List. And it happened through Instagram. We had 4 Instagrammers with us, 3 from Finland and 1 international influencer. And the 3 Finnish ones, they were the ones who like to go to nature and are famous for photographing the nature and animals and so on. So our idea was to tell about how Finnish people see Finnish Lapland and what we can tell about our area through the eyes of the local people. Also, the one international influencer called Nude Yoga Girl is a person who goes all around the world and is taking nude yoga images in the places where she goes. And she's a person speaking for wellness and taking care of yourself, being part of the nature. And this wasn't a really big campaign, and we didn't want to put any money on the media budget, so we wanted to test how these things work organically. Our aim was to reach 1 million people, but eventually we ended up reaching 3.4 million people in their channels and our channels, but in the influencers channels we reached 3.2 million people. So that gave us a lot of courage to go on with this target group, and also proved us that the channels, they are like, you have to choose the channels where the people are, where your target group is and is communicating, and also that Finnish Lapland is an interesting place in the summer if you make the message quite clear and deliver it in the right channels. So next year there will be bigger things coming up, also some with influencers and things connected to sounds of Lapland, and unfortunately I am not able to speak of them, but I will, or Rane will let you know about them when they're happening, or you can follow us in only in Lapland channels. Yes, thank you.
Okay. You do? No, you don't. Yeah. You probably realized that I speak very loud. Did you do that? So Katja said that Trond speaks so loud. But that's because 10 years. That is what 10 years in the army can do with you. Okay. Now we have fika until 3:30. Is that okay? And then we will start to do some work related to target groups, because we need your inputs. So we are going to play Ludo. And we will play Ludo in the meeting room, close to this meeting room. You will see that the door is open. After we've got all the inputs, of course the image group and the tactical marketing group, also actually the task forces, they will work and see how we hopefully end up with a target model we can use. So enjoy your fika. See you 3:30.
The day a little bit, and I would like to ask Rauno to join me on stage in just a second, and I also want to tell you to sign up for the site visit at Kust tomorrow at 1:15 at Kust tomorrow afternoon, and we need you all to sign up for that, and you will find that form over there in the corner.
Excuse me, if you take the bus to the airport, is there still time to do that?
Yes, that is planned for. Yes. So it has been a very exciting day, a lot of interesting speakers to listen to, and Rauno will come up, and I would like to ask you some questions, general reflections of the day. How do you see that?
Well, first of all, I'm very happy that so many of you are in the event, even we are closing the season, and I'm sure that there is some challenges also because of lack of the snow and everything, and you have something to think in this time of the year. But let's try to solve this also tonight by dancing, not the rain dance, but snow dance.
That I'm looking forward to, actually. And have you any wow factor of this day?
Well, many thoughts, but one wow effect, which doesn't actually come from this day, but from past few months, maybe half a year, is this sustainability as a big issue in the business. And today I got confirmation to the thoughts I have had already some months, that now we really need to concentrate on this, and as in Chris Doyle speech, he mentioned that the law, and also Liisa Kokkanen mentioned that the law will come and force us to do something. But I see that now everything is in our own hands, and we have to start to work and show some example how to do this, and we have to be forerunner that we are ready when these laws will come and force us.
It's a hard and tough work we have ahead, and I'm really looking forward to it, and also to be a part of this. It's really good. Thank you very much, Rauno.
May I say one more thing?
Of course.
Please. Of course, Evgenia's presentation today was really, really nice and entertaining. And one thing what we have to take to home is that we find our own pandas to our low seasons.
Looking forward to all these pandas in the future.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now there's only one thing left for me to say, and I will ask you all to join us for a cheer in the Sky Bar. The mingle starts at 18:15, and we meet up in the Sky Bar, and they will serve us some snacks and a welcome cheer. At 7 o'clock the dinner starts, and tomorrow we will start at 9 o'clock. So please check out from your rooms before that. And thank you for now, and let's have a nice evening together. Bye.
Okay, do you hear me? Not yet. Oh, now it's there. Yes, this will be interesting, both for you and for me. You'll have a little stand-up show about mapping results. I did work quite a few hours on the slides, but unfortunately I'm going to be the only one to see them right now. But hey, you will probably get them in Basecamp later on, and you will learn later on today how you will use Basecamp and how you can find them. And also a comforting word I just heard was that from the start, PowerPoint was actually not done for the audience, it's for the speaker. So we'll go with that. But to the actual subject, the mapping survey, which 90 of our participants have answered, so most of you. We have 125 in total and 90 have answered. And the purpose of that, the survey, was actually two purposes. First of all, for us to get to know you as the companies. Who are you? What kind of businesses do you have? Of course, we do know quite a lot from before, and we all know our companies in the different 3 countries, but we wanted to know even more. So that was one of the purposes, for us to get to know you, so that we can do the project in a way that serves you the best possible. And then the second very important purpose was to get your input to the decisions and guidelines we need to make in the project. Which way do we want to go? Do we choose this way or that way, and so on? So, of course, you will not all agree, you will not all have the same opinion, but we have to look at where is the weight of your opinions. And things are not that simple. We did not only make the survey, that was the first stage of the mapping. The second stage is actually going on right now here in the kickoff. We are having workshops today where we discuss these topics, and also discussions with you otherwise. Probably after this event we might call you up. Hey, we would like to hear your opinion on this, especially if there's something special in the answers in the survey and so on. So we really do want to listen. And then we have the task forces and the project team who will take all this information and work further with it. So today we will not give you a final result of what are the low seasons to work on in the project, for example. That is something that we work together on. And I see a nice slide here, which I'm going to skip. No, actually it was more about the rate of how you answered, which was quite nice. A little bit about the companies participating in the project. We asked about the main business that you're running. Well, this is not very surprising. Top was accommodation, then activities, then restaurants, and then a whole lot of different other kinds of businesses. What was quite interesting, some details here, for example, about the most common activities you offer. 68% of you offer Northern Light experiences. 60% offer snowshoeing. Food experiences, trekking and hiking, cross-country skiing. more than half of you offer all of those. So there's quite a few activities that have a wide offering within the companies here. Then, let's see, hope my technique is not getting up here. One big question, which is probably be big discussion all through, is the main markets. Yesterday we talked a lot about the segments and who do we target with our marketing. Is it totally irrelevant which market they are on? But we still wanted to ask you about it, and we might be ending up combining those kind of ways of thinking with the markets and on which markets we find those customer segments that we're looking for. So here the top markets were Germany, and well, I should have my team now here. One is standing for Germany, then it's UK, then it's China and Hong Kong, then it's Benelux, USA, and France, and Switzerland and Austria, which of course you can look at the, so to say, DACH market, Germany, Switzerland, Austria, if you want to combine them, that's a possibility. So the top 5 are the same ones that we had in the first project, which you could think, oh, that's boring, doing the same. But you had quite good comments here about why you made those choices. First of all, I have some very typical comments. There was a lot of them, so I'm not going to read through all of them. Many said that the current markets still have growth potential, and it's easier to sell in new products and seasons to markets and customers who already know us. So kind of using your contacts, using the knowledge the customers have. Somebody said we need to concentrate on closer markets in Europe because it's more sustainable. Less flying, less traveling. We should have a mix of existing European markets and potential overseas markets. Yeah, the top 5 actually have that. Then again, somebody said we should look for new segments in the current markets. Then somebody saw growing interest in new markets like France and Spain, for example, which we didn't include in the first project. And also about the cost effectiveness, thinking that it's more cost effective to work on the existing markets. And very similar comments, pretty much on the same topic, some also with more variation. But there's something for you to think about the markets. We will have one of the workshops pretty soon now, concentrating on these market areas. So we'll continue the conversation there. Then we asked you about the low seasons. First about the current low seasons, and then about the potential seasons. We of course like to think about potential seasons rather than low seasons, and that's why we need to see the difference between those. The low seasons, you could say, were the shoulder seasons. That's September, October, November, April, May, June. That's quite easy. Even looking at the statistics, I think we could find that out. But then, when we asked you about the most potential seasons, they're not exactly the same. There are similarities, especially about the fall season. August, September, October, November. That's kind of a big entity when we look at the potential seasons you mentioned. But then also, January, June, and August grows up there within the top 6 in the total. Actually, January was number 3. Also there. So also for this topic, we have one workshop going on, so there you get to elaborate on these facts. How do we want to work on that? Sustainability was one of the topics also that we asked about, which I did reveal some of the numbers yesterday already. 26% of you have a certificate of sustainability, and 74 then, of course, not. That would be interesting to see, maybe by the end of the project, what is the number then? Is there a change? And like we touched upon yesterday, that the companies, you seem to be very committed to doing sustainable development. 51% said you are very committed, 37 had the next best rating, and 14 the next best. So kind of on the positive side was over 90%. And then we also asked that what are the biggest challenges there? What do you need help with from us or somewhere else? What do you need to work on so that you can become more sustainable? You answered things like this. You need more knowledge. You need to know more about what you can do. Local cooperation and commitment. Quite a few comments saying that we cannot do everything alone. We need help from the community around us, both other companies and the municipality and other authorities and so on. Which is a very good point and important. Transport emissions is a challenge that many of you saw. Long distances needs a lot of transportation. Then the variation between high and low season. We all know it gives us some challenges to our business in all aspects, but especially the sustainability part, that you have so different times and different ways of operating. Municipality, politicians, locals, other companies, getting them on board on the same kind of thinking, no matter what kind of perfect work you're doing yourself. If the neighbor is doing the total opposite, then it's difficult to convey the customer. Well, time and money, yes. But then also nice to hear, somebody said that when we asked about the biggest challenges, nothing, nada. Then the second question about commitment to sustainability was about the customers. Do they show interest in that? And like I mentioned yesterday already, it wasn't as big, but it's still on the positive side, that they are interested, but it seems like they don't show it that clearly to you. And actually, I'm not going to go very deep into that discussion because we already had it yesterday in the panel. And then one part that we will also focus in the project is the digitalization and development there. We asked you several questions about what language versions you have on the web page, what are your sites responsive, and other things like that, which is very good for us to know, and that's something we need to use when we plan the digitalization competence development, and what kind of competence do we need more. One example was about the social media channels you use. There was a very high rate for Facebook, Instagram, and its tiny TripAdvisor was the third one. But of course, the number that you have them and you use them is one, but then there's the second question of how do you use them? Do you use them to their full potential? Do you get everything out of it? So that is probably something we need to discuss as well. One interesting point was also about Google My Business. 51% of you use it, 40 not, but a big number of 34% don't know if they use it or not, or are they in there. So I think we need some more knowledge on that to be able to know what we're actually doing in. But this whole package of digitalization we'll be working on the competence development, both in this networking session, but we will have other kinds of work on it coming on. And actually we have one of the workshops today also, asking you in more detail that where do you need support there? What kind of development can we do through the project to get it to satisfy you, help you develop your businesses? And of course we got a whole lot of open questions and comments, which we try to take in and work with them in the project. We want to be here for you. We want to help your businesses become better and grow in that way that you want. But now I think it's time for me to stop talking, and we're gonna give all of you a voice in the 4 different workshops that we are going to have on these different subjects in a moment. Thank you for your patience without the pictures.
On my notes I have present the group by a PPT slide that was prepared. That is of course a little bit hard now, so we will do this in a different way. We have 4 different workshops, we have 4 different rooms, and we have in all total 80 minutes to get through these 4 workshops. So we're a little bit short on time, 20 minutes per each, and I will ask you now, we have 4 rooms prepared over here to actually organize the groups by yourself. 20 people in every group, and we get started right now actually. At 11 we will meet up here in this room again, and we'll see you in the workshop. It starts over...
And if you start in room number 1, then you continue to
oh yes,
number 2,
and you start if you start in room 1, then you go to room 2 after that, and then to room 3, and so on. So group 2 starts in room 2 and then goes to room 3, and so on. We will be there to assist you, and I'm looking forward to some good workshops. So, get started. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you have had some good and fruitful workshops, and I'm happy to welcome you back into a new room. We're now going to listen to Björn Ylipää. Björn is the creative leader at the company Måltidsvision and the teacher at the gastronomy program at Tromsø University. The former forest worker, blues singer and pizza maker has his roots in Tornedalen and Pajala. Can you taste the northern lights? Björn Ylipää claims you can, and have written a book called Taste of the Northern Lights, Smak av Norrsken, as you can see here. And he's here to offer us a new perspective about food and the experience of meal, and how to tell a story through these. Please welcome Björn.
Thank you. You here? No? No. I'm glad to be here. I live in the very south of Sweden, so coming up is, get some fresh air. But this story starts when I'm in Malmö and I'm going up to Pajala. I'm flying to Stockholm, change plane and fly up to Luleå, where my father lives, and I just drink a cup of coffee with him, and then I go to with my car up to Pajala. 2.5 hours of driving. My mother lives there, and she knows that I'm coming, and she started to peel potatoes 2 weeks ago. Because when you come to Tornedalen, food, you never can live in hunger. Food. When I am up there with my children, they sit in front of the TV and my mother is feeding them with food and candy. And it's, I think, in a way, the way we are and our history. But now I tell her, I eat a dinner and then I go by car to a little village called Lovikka. I'm visiting a friend, I say, I'm going to visit a friend, I say to my mother. And she said, okay. And I go there and I'm visiting a friend that I didn't know I had when I lived in Pajala. It was 21 years ago I moved to the south of Sweden. And they say, you can hear this friend. And you can see it. And I always wonder, how does it sound like? I never heard. Some people said that they heard it. And I come there. I have a little cottage there. But it's cold. It's in the middle of the winter. And I'm going past it and look to the windows and they are all frosty and it's so cold there. But I'm going out there on a field nearby and I'm going there because I'm trying to find a taste of a friend. And I'm lying there in the snow and it's very soft, so I sink almost so you can't see me from the surface. You just see me lying there from above. I have my feet to the north and I'm lying there and waiting. And I think to myself, oh, hopefully no one that I know see that I'm lying here. You such a... Is this a real work? Lying in the snow and waiting for something to come and get the taste of it. I'm lying there and wondering why I moved from the north to the south. And where are all my friends from the school? It's only 4 of them left in Pajala. How does it taste there? And suddenly, like a feather in the sky, it started, a little red feather, and then the whole sky is exploding with this northern light. I try to get up there and catch it, but it's like catching smoke with your fingers. I bounce down to the snow and rise up and put up and go into the car. I couldn't find the taste. You can put some light now. Oh, not so much. Just on there. Can you take this, Bo? And I was lucky that day. You never know. But it was clear sky. I moved from Malmö to Pajala. And it was clear sky and I was lucky that the northern light showed and it was not like this. Think if you come from China or elsewhere and being here for 5 days, the northern lights. Where are they? Björn Ylipää, Ruotsiksi se on. In Swedish it's, I had old teachers call me unge herr överhuvud. high head, or what do you say? But I think it's the Yläpää, also övre delen av byn, the end part of the village. And I'm from Tornedalen, Pajala, but now I live in Skåne. I'm creative director. Oh, that name, creative director. Vad jobbar du med? And I have a own publishing because no publisher in Sweden wanted to give out my book. So I have to do it myself. And I did it. And then I'm teacher half-time at Kristianstad Högskola, where I learn. It's not a much, it's about the whole meal experience I learn the students. You've seen the documentary of with Norma, the boiling point, or what it was called. And there was some part when his chefs were trying to make some new dishes, and the chef there was saying, "Oh, thyme and blueberry, it combines so good to well in the mouth, the taste of it." And René came there. It's not the taste that's important. It's like walking to a pine forest picking blueberries, but on the plate. As you well know, where there's pine tree, there are not so many blueberries, but he doesn't know it. But we looked up from the plate and start to create. The meal and the food is just one part of the whole experience. And how do we think? If I ask you, what's the most memorable dinner you experience, many of you won't remember what you eat, because it was other things food was only a part of it. And that's what we started to think, get to capture a feeling of something. And I will show you some things. You all met, and I saw you yesterday because I watched you yesterday on the airport, what you were doing here, streaming. And the Maslow stairs or pyramid, when my mother was peeling potato, she was thinking of this, the physical needs. I have to have feed to survive. And then tourists, I heard a lot of stories, I don't know if they're true, but when Italian hunters and fishing teams came to the mountains here in the north, they had their own food with them, because you can't eat anything here. Parma and Parmesan and everything with them, because the food here is, well, you don't know if you get sick of it. But we started to try to, and the Swedish law and everything, HACCP, who doesn't know about that? It's secure, the food is secure. And then we started to go to cafes and restaurants and was served, and we feel that we came to a restaurant and feel welcome. And then we started to find new taste and other food cultures. And that was a part. And when we Swedes started to go to Spain in the 50s, we started to get the Spanish food culture then. And then we got to the part where we wanted to show that we have eaten that on that special restaurant. I've been at El Bulli, check. Fatak, check. Ice Hotel, check. And that was, I'm the king, I'm a very important person, I know things. And that was the experience economy a part of it. But now we have the transformation economy. We are traveling and want to eat the food culture where we travel to, but not everything. I will show you why. I've turned this pyramid to my pizza life. And I asked, can you serve a pizza to the tourists? Can you? Like I did in Pajala 1983 when I started Pizzeria Lorenzo. I opened a lot of cans with mushrooms and pineapples, and the tomato sauce was can and little salt, pepper, and I think that it was more of people was getting, they were taking the pizza home, eating. It was not so much going to the restaurant. But then they started to come when we got the permission to serve beer. They started to come to me. Otherwise they were eating at home. So we served pizza. Here is a Vesuvio, and it was made from something, the ham was something pizza längd. It wasn't ham, I don't know what it was, but we were shopping it and put it, oh, so it was nothing like Parma. And then we came to that, to discover new taste, and in Sweden, kebab pizza came in the 80s. Pepperoni. That was the most pizza we sold most of. The kebab pizza. Then I stopped, my brother took over the pizzeria, and I started studying in Grythyttan, the restaurant school, culinary arts. And I started to get interested, what is the real pizza? I never tasted it. I had never been in Italy. But I found out a lot about the real thing, started to interest me. And now I serve a pizza. I have a recipe in the book. A pizza with sovas, lightly smoked and salted reindeer, and coffee cheese. I don't know if you, some of you have heard about coffee cheese. And why do I serve this one? Yeah, it's a story about the man who came in 1983 to my pizzeria, and he ordered a Vesuvio, not so many tastes. A lot of the people who, guests who came in the 80s, in the beginning of the 80s, didn't want garlic. Oh, it's too strange. And but he had a Vesuvio. We served him the salad and the Vesuvio. He went home to his home village, Kaunisvaara, where the mining company now in Kaunisvaara is have started again. And he went home. He was in the 60s, 70s years old. And when he came home, the neighbor ran to him and asked, no, miltäs oli se pizza? How was that pizza? No, ei se pizza ollut mikään, mutta se leipä, joka tuli jälkeen, oli oikein hyvä. The pizza wasn't nothing, but the bread that we got afterwards was very good. And we have this salad only in Sweden, because Livsmedelsverket, if you had to have beer, serve beer, you can't only serve pizza to get the permission to serve beer. In the 80s it was. And you have to have a stekbord, frying table, to have to serve beer. Okay, I tell a story about this man, and we have put it on iron from iron company. The pizza Kaunisvaara is on the mountain of Kaunisvaara, where the reindeer was running, but now it's a mine, and it's all destroyed. This mountain. But I can't say it in Pajala. Then I can't come home anymore. You know what I mean? Because tourism and experience economy, it's not real work. It's the forest, the mining, and that's the real work. This is just a hobby. Well, if you have experience, you have 4 different parts, and if you are passive, that you just sit here listening to me, you are hopefully entertained. And you got some education if you learn something from me. If this is a room that you like the chairs or the furniture is aesthetic. But if I had to make you do something here, we would do a dinner together. It will be, you're very active and are with me. And it's kind of feeling, learning, being there, and doing. And when you have all this area together, it's the, like Pine Gilmore wrote it in the experience economy. The richest experience has all aspects of this. So if you learn, you see, you feel, and it's a traveling in time and place. If I want to tell you about this Tornedal culture, when it was 100 years ago, it's a travel, you can travel with food and how you serve it in time. This experience economy. If you have reindeer meat, if we sell it raw material, we got a little paid. If we smoke it, we got a little more. And if we service like Suovas kebab in street parties or that, it's rubbish, but they call it Suovas. But if you serve it here, it's not the Suovas you're selling, it's the experience being there. And the customer don't think about the price much as this or this. Now storytelling. I think everything with storytelling, it started when we were eating in the fire. The older generation was telling stories how you handcraft and how you do some meals and horror stories to see that the young ones didn't go to places they didn't want them to go. And this is what we do all the time. Is we are telling stories when they're eating. And that's the best place to tell stories. I learned to tell stories when I was working as a forest worker, when I was 17 years old. And we are sitting here, and when we came to the lunch, we've been working 1 meter snow, shoveling up and sawing with chainsaws, and was so hungry when we came in. And when we came here, everybody was quiet, and you can only hear them eating. Oh, it was a physical need. But then when the blood sugar came up to the brain, they started to tell these stories about hunting, about how many trees they could do, And I was sitting there, wow. And then after half a year I said, isn't this a lie? And they said, kuule poika, minä olen kristitty lestadiolainen. Ei saa valettella, mutta saattaa, että minä muistan vähän väärin. I'm a Christian and I believe in God. I can't lie. But maybe I remember a little wrong. And that's storytelling. You don't need to lie, but you can muistaa vähän väärin. And I don't think I wouldn't write this book if I haven't learned this. At the same time, I had to take one another story. One morning I came to work and they said, kuule poika, jos siet ala puhumaan suomea, niin saat istua lumirungassa ja syödä. If you don't speak Finnish, you have to eat outside the cabin. My mother and father didn't learn me meänkieli. But these guys, they forced me with hunger to start talking. And then they say, and if we speak Swedish, we speak a very little, and only with the Kronojägaren, the company's higher people coming there. And I wonder, why a little? But it was this language of power and the high society. So they learned a lot these years to me. What do we want to tell for story? Arctic Europe, no boundaries. No Finland, Sweden, Norway. It's all together. Tourists from China, they think they are here, I think. If you want to tell a story about Sápmi and that food culture, or Swedish Lapland, or Piteå, or about myself, my travel, or my story. Storytelling by food is using food for our meal is, you don't need to, you hear, I can't speak English so well, but if I give you a meal and the food is telling you the story, how it tastes, a lot of salt, and you tell this story about, and you communicate in the gaps, and that we mean, here you have a conference, and then when you have coffee, you can take that, what we say here, to the coffee break, and it will taste like what we're talking about. And then we communicate to all the senses, taste, smell, and to capture a feeling. To tell a story, you have a product, we say sovas, it's reindeer, it's how it was processed, the place, how does it taste, this place, the culture. And then we have the consumer or the guest, he's coming or her coming here, they want to experience, they have an identity. We are not going to all-inclusive in Spain, we are going to Särkimukka. But it's a little all-inclusive, but we don't use that word because you can't eat anywhere else than in the hotel. It's all-inclusive, but it's identity. And then we have our conscious. We want to be good to ourselves, and we want to learn about the culture, and we want to save the planet. And the guest want it, and now even we want it. I put this book in front of this. We have so good water, but why do we serve this? It's ridiculous. So, we have a Norwegian product. Botaraga integralis. You know what it is? From Tromsø? Yeah, dried. And it had to be a Swede who... No, what does it taste? the habitat, where it's from. Can we do a story about it? Is it the product? It's dried skrei rom, outside dried, and it's a huge success. Or is it the producer? Here we have a professor that told this entrepreneur from Sweden, he's from Luleå, about this product, and he was just mentioning it. And this entrepreneur started to, we want to make something of it. And then they had an Italian student that made a marketing plan for it. Can we tell, how does it taste? Taste it because of this, and producer, production, and habitat. We can tell the story. They have a film there when the fishing boat are going to the sea and all the mountains around. Is it that you taste? We have a reindeer product. We say it's sovas. Is it because where the reindeer are coming from? Is it the production? Is it the producer? Here is Rovaniemi, outside of Övertorneå, Sokolojärvi, and their reindeers are in the forest more than Helena Lantas from Jokkmokk. They are more in the mountains. Does the meat taste different because where it's from? Is it the production? Roger use all spawn, I don't know in English what it is. And Helena use all and birch. So it's a different taste because of the production. And then Helena is a Sami, and Roger is a reindeer owner from, I don't know in name, Konsumtionssamarbete. He owns land, so he can have reindeers, even if he's not a Sami. So, can we tell the story? I had a student who did, what does wild game taste like? And they had focus group, and it was well-known chefs and people who worked with wild game, and they come up to acidity, characterful taste of blood, characteristic metallic taste, full-bodied flavor, and forest and sulfur odor. I want to taste that. We know what it tastes like because we have eaten it, but someone who came from here, and we take the science perspective in a sensoric laboratory and meet this or that. We got this of finding the truth and describing it. But what we do, we design activities. However, it's not the truth. It's what matters if it tastes metallic. It's about the happening, and it's happening right now. And if we say that, oh, you have a little odor of the bloody, the taste of blood, it's because it's been eating that kind of food, the reindeer. So if we take the science and the art together and then describe, but you can't lie, mutta muistaa vähän väärin. But just so we can tell a story. Traditional food culture can be served torrköttbälling. Do you know what it is? Dried reindeer. What's this called? This dish is very traditional Tornedalen, where I'm from. And it's dried reindeer. When you have dried the reindeer, the whole bone, and you have eaten, carved it and eaten it, and there's some little things, little meat left on the bone, and it's very dry and hard. You put it in water, and this is in the early summer, this dish is eaten. And put it in water, and then you boil it, and then we put rice in it, and potato. And this is very different from village to village, from family to family. And I started, this is a traditional dish. And some love it. I love it. But many hate it. And I started thinking, rice. We don't have so many rice fields in Tornedalen. How did that came? And I started to search for, to find where it came. And then I found it. It's in the early summer. The potato has been eaten up in the winter time. So there's so little left. And the rice, it came from Russia. And it's dry. And that's also a thing that you have. It's not the north and south way, it's the east and west way. In all the food culture. I found out that Lars Levilestadius, in his, when he died, they wrote down everything that he had at home. And one of the things he had was torrfisk, dried skrei or torsk. How did he get? Yeah, he walked to Norway and get it home. So we had more east-west than south and doppikopp is a traditional Tornedalsk, and it's you have some onion, chopped onion and butter, and then you cook potato, and you put a little of the cooking water with the butter and put it in a coffee cup, and then you dip the potato in that. And why did they put water in it? The boiling water. Is it for the taste? The butter was expensive. Can we eat this? Can we serve these dishes? Yes, if we tell the story, and it's, this is, you take everything from the animal and use it. Reindeer blood pancakes, and in Finland, muikkuja. But can we serve it? We can serve it traditionally, but we can modernize them. The doppikopp here is a chef that I was a friend of from Stockholm. He put fennel and garlic in it. For my, from Pajala, you can never, garlic and fennel in doppikopp, never. But he saw it from outside and changed it. Isn't it good? No. How do we serve the dinners? What do we start with? I have short of time, so I won't ask. In Tornedalen, if you, when you come in, open a door and go in. You want coffee? Yes. And in the traditional French new cuisine, it was with starters, sparkling wine, starter, main course, cheese, dessert with dessert wine, and then coffee. If a Frenchman come in and can want coffee, oh, they won't. I need to leave because the last one. But in Tornedalen, it's you start with the coffee and stop it with the coffee. And I've seen in Pajala when I had the pizzeria, when the Norwegian came that way, come into the pizzeria, they rushed to the coffee pan and drank a cup of coffee before they ordered food. I don't know if, is it the same in your culture? Coffee is so important. Why not start with it? Another thing is, what was the first thing you did back in the history when you had not so much food, but when you got food, you had to pray? I have a friend that said, we have this today as well, but it's another kind of reflection over the food. And that's good, because if you have to food and take the picture, you reflect on what's on the plate. So don't stop that. When I started studying, my first course was wine, and the sommelier presented like this: black cherries, mint, licorice, young and juvenile in the mouth, concentrated fruit, lightly smoked, charcuteries, fresh acid on the tannin floor. What the rubbish. I don't know how black cherries. And when I describe this wine, I use this one. A walk in the forest with the flavors of the fire, dried reindeer meat, and a bucket full of lingonberries. And tannins are like walking with wood, on a wood floor with wood stockings. When this is the same described. It's nothing wrong or right, but if we use this, it's our description. Experience room. We always think that we had to have the meal in a restaurant, but you do a room with the light on the table. It's a room in the room. Here we have a place where we do homesickness and hemlängtan in Malmö, where I show that you can put, when I drink coffee here with coffee cheese, and I sit here around the fire, I don't see the things there out. We don't always have the surrounding that's very nice, but you can put it so that you do a room in the room. I will shorten now, but here I live now, Löddeköpinge, and I go to Pajala with my family at midsummer time. 1,712 kilometers, 19 hours with the family, and we are stopping for fuel and eating and go to the toilet at the same time. So we fast as possible up to the north, and the first thing we do is go out on the river and fish some white fish. And when I glide there, I see a bench outside where my mother was born, and there my grandfather sits. I haven't never met him, but I heard his story. And he sits there. I'm gonna go to take a salmon. And sometimes it wasn't legal to fish salmon. So when he fished, he got downstream and left the boat downstream, and then he walked home and had the salmon in a rope and draw it home. And if someone come, he left it so they couldn't commit him to the crime. And I started to think, what does it taste? We took it. It's gravad lax. A very ordinary, but we put some, I can't. Salt, sugar, pepper, but fir sprouts, birch sprouts, dried lingon, dried blueberries in this mix. And then we tell the story about my grandfather fishing. And that way you can make it taste different than a similar gravad lax. Okay, the kransekaka we have in where I live now, Skåne, spettekaka. You taste it? It tastes shit. Or nothing. It's not, I don't like it, but the Skåne, spettekaka. And when we got married, I'm married to Lena, who is from Skåne. So our marriage, the cake we served was spettekaka with cloudberry, and it was, you know, spettekaka, it's dry and doesn't taste much, and it's not so special. It's like my wife. And I'm soft, sweet, and oh, it's a meeting of this. When we photos this and left it to take another picture, it started to like melting and getting moister then. And in the end, it was like a little, everything was a mess on the table. Oh, that's the marriage. Everything is, you don't speak to each other and you eating it with a spoon. And, oh, she haven't turned, I said this. So. And we did a job, I will end with, we did a job for Umeå, was getting European Capital of Culture. In 2013 we were on a marketing travel around Europe, marketing that Umeå is going to be head of culture in Europe. And we did, this was the experience room. Think of this in Warsaw when it was raining for 3 days and the water was coming in. We were in Barcelona, 30 degrees warm, near the beach. But this was the experience room, and it's plastic, and it was to be like an ice cube. And you know, plastic, how does it taste? Smell. It's nothing about the northern room or Umeå or there. But our theme was a taste of the 8th season, capture a feeling of winter and all the Sápmi seasons. And the first one was early spring. And we served, that was the feeling we were taking. To go up to the mountain lake and ice fishing. How do we get that thing? Not only on the plate, but the feeling. And we were showing this photos. And we had an ice pillar from Ice Hotel where we drilled some holes. And then we were coming with this, coming to the pillar and put in a röding tartar. I don't know what it is in, but putting it back to its own water. And the guest came there and took it from the ice and put it in the mouth. And everything we served was in this red cups, Kosa. They drink champagne, they drink, not champagne, Sav, coffee, beer, wine. Because we use, it was kind of environment thing. It was the first, and now is the last, the other one, but the winter. Put down the lights, please. We serve the birch, granite, in a bowl out of ice, and they can see these pictures of the Northern Light and Sofia Janok sing. You can see, you can hear, and you can taste it. And it was 30 degrees warm in Barcelona near the beach. And what I mean is, you remember I went up to look for the Northern Light, and I was lucky with the weather. But think if you are 4 days and can't see anything, we can use the dinner to get this feeling, so they get something of the Northern Light. And it's only a bowl of something with the sound and the pictures. Thank you.
Of course I have a little gift for you as well. Thank you very much. It was very inspiring. My dear friends, I'm going to sum up a little bit and give you some very... Can you hear me now? Some of you can, yes. Just want to give you some practical information. For those of you who are going to Kust for the site visit afterwards, the bus from here, also the transfer to the airport, is leaving at 1 o'clock sharp. Don't miss it. And we will just about to eat lunch, and it's served from 12 o'clock. If there is someone who wants to join the site visit that haven't signed for it yet, please, the note is down there. The only thing left for me now to say is to welcome Rauno back up on stage. There you are, and ask you to let us know what the next projects and the next steps are. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Anna, and thank you, Björn. Great presentation and very important view what we have here in the area to offer. Okay, next steps. Now we all go back to home, and already in next week the task force groups will start to work based on the information we have gathered during these days. And in image marketing, we really now need to build the strategy towards the selected segments. It might be so that we still need to return to you guys to get even more information. Let's see what is the result of these days from information point of view, how much we have and is it enough. Hopefully in beginning of the January we are in the phase with image marketing that we can send the invitation to tender to possible suppliers to establish together with us the coming image marketing campaigns. In tactical marketing, we work hard to be ready in January to invite the selected representative delivery chains who serve the selected segments to cooperate with us. Recruitation process will continue then 2, 3, 4 months, but hopefully in image marketing we can create campaigns which serve this area and targets of the project already in next summer or latest in autumn time. In tactical marketing, we work so that the first FAM trips start to work already in next summer. Sales workshop will be held in autumn, most probably in September. And what else from this? Well, really this. And then in accessibility, we work especially now fast with PTAs, the public transport authorities, and then in competence development, we start to look the path of each headlines, what we're going to deliver for you in coming events. Now I wish that you will take your calendar to you and please book already now, as soon as possible, the next networking dates. The next networking event will be held in Narvik on 4th and 5th of June. We hope that you arrive already on 3rd, but at latest you are ready for seminar from 4th morning.
Save your key strings.
Yes. Yeah, save your key strings for coming event. In this stage, do you have anything to ask from us? Let's continue discussion in Basecamp by phones, by emails, and now we are in the stage. Well, before that, I have one question to you. Let's keep a little voting. How many of you have seen the content of this kick-off event relevant, interesting? Have we succeeded? Please raise up your hands, please. Thank you.
That's a leading question.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for all that you are here. I hope that last night we have made together some magical things that snow and ice will come as soon as possible. Trond should be danced, the snow dance for you, but I didn't see that. Maybe you made that later evening. Thank you for all speakers who has opened the important topics we see, which are in the content of the Wire 2. Thank you for Chris Doyle. Thank you for Evgenia. Thank you for Björn and all others for that. Thank you for Piteå Havsbad, great facility and great service. The dinner yesterday was just perfect. Thank you for the team. I noticed first mark in my notes about this event in 18th of September. So in less than 2 months we have done this all. Thank you, team. But then, special thanks to Anna Udevall. I have seen rarely, or I don't know if I have seen ever, such an effective, creative person with great attitude. Always when we said new wishes, she just said, okay, I will do this. And she has made this really happen. Thank you, Anna. Thank you also Anna Torsvik Andersson, who has led us through the event. Great work. And once more, thank you to all. Safe journey back to home, and hope to see you all in Narvik in June. Meanwhile, we communicate and develop. And as a last fish, I have please make your homework starting from next week. We have to be ready with tour operators and sales channels in next autumn, that we have something new to deliver to the target segments. Product development, new ideas, how to develop the existing products and services. Thank you.